with that. All right, by the way, I'm Daniel. I'm an ML and AI engineer. All right, I also work as a solution architect, cloud solution architect. So, all right, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Ayomide. I wasn't expecting this, sorry. And I'm a member of technical staff at Cohere. I work on reasoning models, agents, and reinforcement learning.
All right, thank you very much. You're avoiding me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeyemi, and I'm a business intelligence analyst and also a program coordinator at Data Gen Z's Technologies.
Thank you very much. He's a BI analyst. All right. Chief. let's hear from you. We want to hear from you.
Hello everyone, my name is Tolu. So I work into cybersecurity, so I work at DGs. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. Who wants to introduce him or herself? All right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Hi guys, my name is Oluwajomiloju. I'm currently a 200 level student, but I'm into AI. I built a sentiment analysis chatbot in 2023 at Unilag. Thanks.
Yeah. Please, let's give him a round of applause. How many of us were building models while we were in university? All right. So, okay. Okay, so, come in, please give me a minute. Okay, so we apologize for that that little intermission. Okay. And so I think we should have a call and response tag. So I think if I say, what should we use now? If I say, oh, Synopsis 2025, I want to also say the best AI conference. All right, should we try it out? Should we? All right, so Synopsis 2025.
The best AI conference.
Synopsis 2025.
The best AI conference.
All right, so don't forget that. So right about now, we'll be having our first keynote address. And our first keynote address will be given by Odumakinde Ayomide. Keynote is on tracing the roadmap from next token prediction to autonomous AI. Ayomide is a member of technical staff at Cohere. He works on agents and reasoning models. He was previously a research scholar of Cohere Labs, where he contributed to advanced language models, with his most recent work focusing on optimizing. All right, can you hear me? All right, so yeah, sorry about that. So he was previously a research scholar of Cohere, where he contributed to advancing large language models, with his most recent work focusing on optimizing the training of compact, high-performance multilingual models. We are currently resolving some technical issues. Okay. All right, so sorry about that. Okay, so I will be introducing our keynote speaker again. All right, so Ayomide is a member of technical staff at Cohere, where he's working on agents and reasoning models. He was previously a research scholar at Cohere Labs, where he contributed to advancing large models, large language models, with his most recent work focusing on optimizing the training of compact, high-performance, multilingual models. All right. Okay, so right about now, we would be welcoming our keynote speaker. So with a clapping ovation, let's welcome Odumakinde Ayomide.
Hi. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I don't know precisely what to do. Probably we should wait for them for the slides to come up. So I prepared a really dense lecture, which was about 70 slides, unfortunately. I'm used to long lectures, so this is my first, okay, not my first talk this year. This is my first, the circles, right? And basically it's a simple problem if your function is nonlinear, but if you have a linear problem, a linear function, you cannot successfully fit a straight line that would separate these two things, right? So there's a problem. And that led to the first AI winter in the 1960s. So people got on excited, oh, your neural network cannot even solve the exclusive OR problem. You could write a simple program to solve the problem. AI is dead. And AI went into recession for about 30 years till we entered the 1980s. So next slide. So in the 1980s, some group came out called the PDP group, the Parallel Distributed Processing Group. And to be honest, this is a book every serious AI scientist should read. I have the two books, volume 1, volume 2. And basically what they do is that they laid out the details of the mathematics behind AI. You guys probably know one of the guys from the group, Jeff Hinton, the father of, the godfather of AI, right? So it was in this group. Yeah, next slide. And they came up with two major things, which was first the multi-layer perceptron model. And they discovered that the reason why the neural network could not solve the exclusive OR problem wasn't because it wasn't powerful, but because you are trying to solve a nonlinear problem with just a single neuron. So they replaced the idea of a single neuron with this idea of multi-layer neurons, where all the neurons are actually interconnected, right? So you have an input layer, you have an hidden layer, you have an output layer. And then they replace the functions in those neurons with nonlinear functions, to be precise, sigmoid. So a sigmoid function will give you an output between 0 and 1. Whatever input you give into your sigmoid, it will squash to values between 0 and 1. All right? And that was the breakthrough they made, right? When you stack up neurons in multiple layers, they become extremely powerful. Yeah, next slide. Then they also made the second breakthrough. Again, any serious AI student should know this paper. This is the backpropagation paper. Every single training neural network works on this principle, right? It's a chain rule where you backpropagate error into the neurons and they adjust according to whatever error you backpropagate, right? The first set of neural networks could not do that because they were using something called the delta rule, which was just a heuristic for learning. But they came up with a way to actually make the learning more formalized. The good thing about the backpropagation algorithm is that it's actually a graph algorithm. And people know how to write graphs very well. You are doing calculus over graphs. They call it auto gradient or auto differentiation. So if you work with PyTorch very well, there's actually an aspect of PyTorch which they abstract away from a lot of people, but you can poke. It's called autograd, where the model tries to learn. So you have a feed-forward neural network and you have a reverse neural network. The reverse neural network is what you use for learning, and it all comes from this paper. So they introduced two things. The first one is the backpropagation, which allows the neurons to learn, according to some sort of function or error, and they introduce distributed representation, which means no one neuron understands the entire data, which means the representation of whatever data you pass in is stored in all the neurons across all the layers. So the representation is distributed. And that's the reason why you cannot point to one neuron in a neural network and say, okay, I think I know what this neuron is doing. I think I know what this neuron is doing, because the representation is entirely distributed across the network. Make sense? Hope I've not lost anybody. All right. Yeah. So the problem with classical MLs like SVM, support vector machines, which by the way are incredible, linear regression models, logistic regression, whatever you have, blah, blah, blah. The problem with them is that they fail on perception data. So they fail on images, they fail on audio, they fail on video, they fail on languages. And the reason is because of this term, distributed representation, right? When you take a look at an image, you have this concept of locality in an image. What do I mean by locality? Let's assume that what we have on the screen here is an image. Every pixel between here and here represents the word called seeds. You move away from this locality, you move here, and you meet another set of pixels representing the word network. So there is this concept of locality where pixels that are close to each other represent the same concept. And that could not be represented by classical methods, only by neural networks. Does that make sense? So the more the data the network see, the stronger the neural connection, which is kind of close to what humans have, which is called neuroplasticity. Whatever you do over and over again, your neurons kind of like pick it up and they create a pathway for that, right? So yeah, next slide. And you have also this in this concept of inductive biases. I like to think of neural networks as set of inductive biases. And an inductive bias is for people who did statistics. An inductive bias is an assumption you make about your data which you build into your model. So, for example, images have the concept of locality. Language and audio have the concept of temporal structure. So you write English from left to right, right? So you have that concept of temporal structure. With the same thing with audio. You have that temporal structure. So what you call in an inductive bias basically is an assumption about your data which you then take and put into your model, right? So convolutional neural networks work on this concept of receptive fields or feature maps, which is the network concentrates on a specific aspect of the image and tries to understand. Another aspect of the network concentrates on another part of the image and try to understand. So you have this concept of what? This concept of locality. With recurrent neural network, you have this concept of compression of information over time step. Right? So your first word goes in, you compress. Your second word goes in, you compress. Your third word goes in, you compress, till you get to the output. Those things are not by mistake. They're actually inductive biases to exploit structure in your data. Right? Yeah. Next slide. So, language modeling. There's this book that I love so much, The Distributional Structure of Language, which came out in 1954. And basically what the guys were trying to do is that words that are similar appear in the same concept, in the same context. And this is something we knew from 1950s. You see the idea? So everybody understood that semantic relationship is all about similarity between words. But nobody really knew how to exploit it. Right? So language modeling started with this concept in the 50s, which is this distributional hypothesis. Of course, there are a lot of arguments like Noam Chomsky's idea of is language something babies know from scratch, or is it an inductive bias we are born with, and so on and so forth. But the point is, this is the part that as an AI scientist, we know it works, right? Yeah, next slide. And this is the paper. So if you want to take a look at the paper, please go ahead. Distributional structure by Harris. Yeah, next slide. So as a mathematical problem, you end up with this, right? And the idea is that given some words which represent the context, you want to predict the next word. If you are a student of mathematics, you know something in mathematics called joint probability, which is coming after this context. What you need to do, coming after this context, what you need to do is to calculate the probability of the first word, where, multiplied by the probability of her, given that you know the probability of where, multiplied by the probability of we, given that you know the probability of where and her, multiplied by the probability of going, given that you know the probability of the entire context. Don't worry, we'll talk about how words then become numbers. Because the question now is, okay, yes, we get it. But how exactly do you calculate that, right? But what you are trying to do in language modeling, essentially, large language models, recurrent networks, LSTM, whatever flavor of model you use, is that you are trying to solve a problem which is, given a word, what's the probability that this word will come next? So by the time you take an entire corpus, you can plot a probability distribution across the entire words. Make sense? All right. Please don't sleep. So what representation? So now we know we have to calculate probabilities. How exactly do we represent words? How should words be represented? Because at the end of the day, computers only understand numbers. They don't understand words. So how should words be represented? And the important problem is not just representing words. The important problem is recover the semantic properties of words, which means words that are the same or appear in the same context should be close to each other. All right, next slide. So this paper came out in the early 90s, called word space, which is actually the precursor to vector embeddings, which we now have today. And basically what the guy did is, so there's this, I don't know how many of you guys know this joke. So there's this joke in the scientific community that if you are working on something, go and check the 1980s and the 1990s and make sure someone in Germany or Russia has not worked on it. Because chances are that some guys have actually worked on it, right? So you don't want to be that guy that releases a paper and everybody's like, we know now, we know from the 1980s that this is actually it, right? So, yeah, so these guys, or this guy, the abstract, let me read out the abstract. It says, representation for semantic information about words are necessary for many applications of neural networks in natural language processing. This paper describes an efficient token corpus-based method for inducing distributed semantic representation. So what the guy did was to first find a corpus, which is basically a large body of text, extract what we now call today vocabulary, which is unique words in those texts, and find a way to represent those words as what we call vectors. And then what did he do? He now decided to see if he could learn those vectors in such a way that words like cat, dog, which represent animals, would be close to each other. Are we together? In vector, you have this concept of dot product. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to do math, but bear with me. You have this concept of dot product. Dot product essentially calculates how close two vectors are in a vector space. So which means you can induce the concept of similarity using what? Dot product. And that was basically what he did. The only thing was that he used a linear model, a linear regression model. Linear regression can actually be written as dot product between what? The weight you are optimizing and your input. So you have y equals w dot x. So you can, yeah, let's just do that. So at the end of the day, he ends up with words, and then he could calculate the nearest neighbor between words, and he discovered that take the word disable. Words that are close to disable, you have deter, intercept, repel, oughten, and so on and so forth. And basically what he discovered is the concept of vector embeddings, which is words that are similar in a vector space will always stay together. And you can exploit that. Yeah, next slide. So, of course, there are other methods. You have the skip, the word to vec method that came out in the 2000s. I think it was Meta or Google. Skip gram and continuous bag of words. You can check that out. And, oh, I wrote one, twice, sorry. And more recent ones like the BERT embeddings. We are going to talk about the BERT model. And basically, they are all based on this idea of vector similarities. Represent words as vectors, put them in a vector space, look for an algorithm that can learn similarities, and you are good. That's basically what everything does. The way you now decide to learn the similarities is what everybody now writes paper about. But it's basically it. That's basically it. Yeah. Now, let's talk about machine translation, because one interesting thing about machine translation is that it's always in the background, but it feeds language modeling. Because historically, most of the methods start off as machine translation methods and then introduced broadly into language modeling. And what is machine translation? Machine translation technically is called sequence-to-sequence modeling, which is you have a sequence in a particular language and you want to translate that sequence to another language, right? And that sequence of words in another language. And essentially, when you are working with recurrent neural network, is that you take a sequence in the language, you compress that sequence, and this, I think this was why Ilya, the founder of OpenAI, now Save Superintelligence, said that learning is compression. Because what the model is trying to do is compress a large amount of information into its weight. And that's basically what machine translation is. So you compress a sequence of words into a vector, and you do some black magic called decoding. And you end up with another sequence in another language. The black magic is what they pay me for. You get the idea? So let me. Of course, it's simple, really. It's nothing. You just have a neural network and it learns some representation. But yeah, let's leave that. The problem with MT with LSTM is that you have a long-term dependency problem, which is if your sequence is too long, the model begins to forget the words that come initially and only remember words that are close to the tail end of that sequence. So it forgets things. Because imagine you are trying to translate a sentence that has about 20 to 30 words into a simple vector. Of course, the vector won't be able to represent every single thing. So you have that long-term dependency problem. Of course, you have source sentence compression. And one thing about LSTM is that it's so bad at using the GPU. So the GPU is the graphics processing unit, which is the powerhouse of AI training. Is the reason why Trump is spending $500 billion on Project Stargate. Is the reason why China is thank God, Trump has decided to allow NVIDIA sell chips to China. It's the reason why China is starting their own semiconductor factories. It's the reason why Taiwan is extremely rich, TSMC, and so on and so forth, right? So GPUs are the machines that power everything. And you want your GPU utilization during training to be at 100%. You don't want your GPU to be waiting in between runs. And LSTMs are very, very bad at using the GPUs. So you can only run them on the CPUs. The CPU is a mod. Oh, let me not go into computer systems. But essentially, the CPU does a lot of things. But the GPU is built for one thing, which is calculations, matrix multiplication. So, yeah. So, enter attention. Attention is all you need paper, is a seminal paper in AI. But it started from this work, which most people don't know, from 2015. And basically what they were trying to do is, instead of compressing an entire sequence into a single vector, why don't we compress sequences into multiple vectors? Which means a vector represents a word, rather than a single vector representing an entire sentence. And what do? Let each word have a relationship. That is, let each word attend to the next word. So you have this concept of locality brought into language, which is the first word should attend to the second word. The third word should attend to the first word will attend to itself. The second word will attend to the first word. The third word will attend to the second and the first word, and you keep going that way. So which means words will kind of attend to each other. So you don't put the burden of compression on just a single vector, but on multiple vectors. And they did that for machine translation. So next slide. The math is just everything I just said. Next slide. Oh, I duplicated that. The second important innovation is, I still don't know why this paper doesn't get enough reputation, because it was actually referenced in Attention is All You Need. Basically what these guys did was to visualize attention. And what they saw was that there are certain words that have relationship with each other within a sentence. So the word run has a strong relationship with criminal and has a strong relationship with chasing. Are you seeing that? That's something we did not have with LSTMs initially. But with attention, we have this concept. And this was the paper that introduced self-attention, which is attention between sequences, attention between words in the same sentence or sequence. Yeah, next slide. So drum roll, next slide. Attention is all you need. You guys are supposed to clap, you don't know anything. The reason why you can use ChatGPT to summarize whatever you are doing or generate is because of this paper. This was the paper that actually ushered in generative AI. Right? The generative AI, the hype and everything is just this paper. 2017, I was where? I was doing my IT. I was already poking around with AI in 2017. TensorFlow was just a thing back then, and when this paper actually came out. And the paper completely blew everything. And basically what these guys were like, let us ditch LSTM altogether. And let us come up with a new architecture which would allow us to maximize GPUs for computation. So which means you can do a lot of parallel computation at once, and it is a lot faster. And basically what they did was that they picked the concept of attention from 2015, removed it or isolated it from LSTM, and made it a stand-alone algorithm, which is represents words as vectors and let those words or those vectors attend to each other. but remove LSTM altogether. And so let me, they've taken, I was going to farms. Our CEO was one of the authors of, Edin Gomez, he was one of the authors of Attention is all you need. So you guys probably, for anybody who is interested in distributed computing, you want to check out Noam Chazza. Noam Chazza is the brain behind the algorithm and is the brain behind Mixture of Experts. Extremely smart guy. Google had to pay $2.5 billion to bring him back when he started Character AI. Extremely smart guy. Next slide. So transformers can be summarized in this simple, if you go to conferences very well, you see people putting this formula on their shirts, on their t-shirts. Basically, it summarizes everything, which is, you represent words as these three vectors, the query, the key, and the value vector, which means a word, you project it into three vector spaces, or you make it three vectors. And what you do is that you let the key of each word in a sequence affect the query of the other word. And then you calculate the probability distribution over how each word affects another. So which means words that have something to do with other words, we have what? High probability. So the probability of a word following another word would increase. And words that don't have anything to do with each other would have what? Small probability. And that's the concept of attention. Words attend to each other. Words that are causal in nature would have high probability, and words that don't have any relationship will have low probabilities. Alright? And basically, you have two kinds of language modeling problem that comes out from this picture. The first one is the causal, let me explain this, the causal language modeling problem, which is, you are given a context, you predict the next word. So you max the next word from the model. So the model doesn't know what the next word is. And the model will try to predict the next word. Or you do what is called maxed language modeling, which is what BERT uses, which is you have a full sentence and you max certain words within that sentence. And the model tries to guess that word. This is the learning objective for ChatGPT, which is, you give it a word, you max the next word, it predicts. You give it the next word, you max the next word, it predicts. You give it the next one, you max the next word, it predicts. So this is how ChatGPT works. Causal language modeling. And this is how you train BERT. So BERT is usually used in retrieval augmentation, which is, I give you a vector of a word, go and look for all the words that are similar to that word. You use max language modeling. So retriever and chat language modeling, essentially. Yeah, next. So we enter into the generative AI era. I'm going to fanboy here. And I'm going to fanboy this guy. Alec Radford. So Alec Radford is a very important figure because he was the first person I read working as a research scientist without a PhD. 110. They scaled up in GPT-2 to 1.3 billion parameters, which is 1.3 billion neurons. Right? And immediately they got to 1.3 billion neurons on multiple tokens, they began to see something interesting, which is the reason for this topic, the reason for the name of the paper. Language models are unsupervised multitask learners. They discovered that tasks that they did not explicitly train the model for, the model was knowledgeable at it. So they did not train the model on machine translation, but they discovered that it could successfully translate English to French. So what did they do? What anybody will do? Then the GPT-3 paper came out, which is language models are few short learners. Then they scaled up from 1.3 billion parameters to 173 billion parameters on 600 billion tokens. which is practically what they could find then. And all of a sudden, they saw magic. Next slide. This was what they were trying to do, which is, if I have a large corpus of words or tokens, what if we try to predict every word in the corpus? Will our model be extremely good? That was actually it. So what they tried to do is, like, take the entire internet, for example. Let's predict every single word on the internet. And let's use that as error propagation for training our model. First of all, it is unsupervised because you have all the words available. So you don't have to craft a supervised learning method for it, right? So this was essentially the problem they were trying to solve. And next slide. So 3 things: with enough compute budget and token, the model learns to model the word through text. So the model learns how words should follow each other. Because there are translation texts on the internet, it learns to translate. Because there are texts about people summarizing things, it learns to summarize. Because there are email texts on the internet, it learns to what? Write emails. The second thing is that most of the model's future capabilities are learned during pre-training. And this is where I laugh at people. When they are trying to get AI to do things that is completely out of distribution. So I've met a lot of people so enthusiastic, they'll be like, oh, we are training our AI on low resource languages, like some obscure language, and we are getting good results. I'm like, are you sure that language is in the pre-training data? Because if it is not in the pre-training data, there is no magic you want to perform that you will get good results. So you have to first understand the data distribution the model was trained on. And that is why agentic capabilities is so difficult. Because agentic data is not something you can see in the wild. We have so many texts online, but we don't have text about how people browse the internet. For example, nobody sits down and says, if you want to browse the internet, open Chrome. Go to your search bar. Search what you want to. Nobody has that. So it's so difficult to actually build a model that can search the internet the way humans search internet, because there is no data about how humans actually search the internet. And if you don't have that data in pre-training, it becomes extremely difficult to make the model extremely good at post-training. Whatever you don't have in pre-training, you will need a lot of data in post-training to get it to work. Right? So that's very important to note. And then we got prompting and what we call in-context capabilities for free. So I'm going to explain that. Next slide. So what they discovered from GPT-3 that made OpenAI the most valuable AI company in the world was that they discovered that without explicit training, you can give an instruction to the model, you can give a set of examples on what you want the model to perform, and then the model will learn from those examples and just perform it without being trained. So you have this concept of in-context learning, which means whatever you put in the context window of the model can learn from it without updating the weights of the model. And that is the origin of prompting. Because essentially what you are doing in prompting is that because the model has learned a lot of probability distribution across the entire internet, you are trying to get the model to actually move its weight towards a certain distribution that you are interested in. So you prompt. So if you want it to behave like a professor of mathematics, what do? You are an agent.
you know mathematics, blah, blah, blah. You know linear algebra. When asked questions about linear algebra, you respond as a respectable professor from Obafemi Awolowo University, so on and so forth. You prompt the model and you try to tell it how to behave. And then it behaves in that way. And that's because of in-context learning, which is basically this. So let me read their description. During unsupervised pre-training, a language model develops a broad set of skills and pattern recognition abilities. It then uses these abilities in inference time to rapidly adapt to or recognize the desired task. We use the term in-context learning to describe the inner loop. That's basically what they are trying to describe. Right? Makes sense? So, through pattern recognition, because it has seen such distribution, it begins to behave as such. Next slide. Then enter chinchilla scaling laws. This was the paper where I knew that Google cannot lose the race. Google invented attention. OpenAI scaled it. And I remembered back then, many of my friends were like, Google is dead. Google is dead. OpenAI has GPT-3, GPT 3.5. Google is dead. And then Google responded with this chinchilla scaling law paper, which basically what they showed was that you can actually get smaller models to beat larger models if you know what you are doing. And what they showed was that GPT-3 was extremely undertrained and was extremely wasteful of resources. And what they showed was that, look, there are two things that contribute to a language model being extremely good. First is the number of parameters. Second is the number of tokens it is trained on. So they showed that you can actually fix the number of parameters at, say, 7 billion and keep increasing the number of tokens you train on it, and you discover that it ends up outperforming 100 billion model. And basically that was what the chinchilla scaling laws showed. And then we entered into the era of scaling. Everybody now knew, all I need to do is to get to 7 billion parameter, scale up my number of tokens to about 1 trillion to 2 trillion tokens, and I get a language model. That was what Google showed from here. Next slide. And basically they showed that this represents an exponential relationship between the number of parameters and the tokens in your data with your loss function. So you have a log normal, which means as long as you keep training the model on new tokens it has not seen, the loss will keep going down. Which means the model will keep getting better. We keep getting better. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but about 2-3 weeks ago, Ilya went on the Wakesh podcast and announced that the scaling laws are over. So which means for the models we are going to be seeing in 2026, chances are that this does not apply again. The reason is because we've exhausted the number of tokens we can find available. So what are we going to do next? That's the problem now. So pre-training is not enough. Pre-training only gets you a autocomplete model. Next token prediction just trains the model to predict the next word. Next slide. So you have what you call supervised fine-tuning and instruction fine-tuning. I think this is what most people without billions of dollars do. So if you don't have billions of dollars, what do? You do SFT. Supervised fine-tuning, which is you pick a base language model, you have your own data, which you want to feed into the model and you want the model to behave in a certain way, and you instruction fine-tune the model, which is you give it an instruction, it predicts an answer, you match the answer against the ground truth. Right? So that's instruction fine-tuning. So instruction fine-tuning is a layer of training on top of pre-training that allows models to actually follow instruction. And this is what I would say everybody should do. GPT-2 base model is hosted on Hugging Face. You can download the weights. It's very small. And you can set it up on your computer. Play around with it. You will discover that GPT-2 sucks at following instructions. And the reason why it sucks at following instructions is that it was only trained using the pre-training method, not instruction fine-tuned. You need to instruction fine-tune a model for a model to be able to behave like a chat model. Are we together? Make sense? Yeah, next slide. So with SFT, the model learns 0 shots, which means you don't need to provide it examples of the task. It knows how to do the task. The model learns something called chain of thought reasoning, which means it learns to reason step by step before it gives you an answer. And the model learns to follow instruction better. So that's what you get from SFT. Next slide. Now, let's talk about chain of thought because this is super important to what happened with DeepSeek. How many of you know DeepSeek? DeepSeek. Great. So DeepSeek did something interesting which is called COT, chain of thoughts. And I will explain it. So basically, chain of thought allows the model to think step by step about a problem. It allows them solve. So you could tell the model that what is the answer to 5 multiplied by 3? Think step by step. By instructing the model with think step by step, the model breaks down its steps one after the other. That is what we call chain of thought. And the reason why chain of thought is possible is because humans do the same thing. So remember that your model is trained on the entire internet. You can find chain of thought on so many forums like Stack Overflow and so on and so forth. So the model is only making that because it's in its pre-training data. Right? Next slide. Now, another thing is the React paradigm, which is where all agents fit into. If you are doing agents, you are doing React. Which is basically you get the model to do some chain of thought. The model explains what it is trying to do on a high level. It takes an action. It gets a result. It observes the result. Do another series of chain of thoughts. Takes action. Gets the result. Observes that series of chain of thoughts. And that's basically what we call the React paradigm. So you merge 2 use, which is basically API calling, with COT inside one prompt paradigm. And that is the foundation of LLM agents. Action, reasoning, action, observation, reasoning, action, observation, and so on and so forth. Next slide. So you end up with something like this, which is thought 1, act 1, observation 1. Thought 2, act 2, observation 2. Thought 3, act 3, observation 3. And you just keep going that way. Yeah, next slide. So basically our first definition of LLM agent came in 2023, which is just an agent is a language model inside a React loop. So you put it into the React loop, it reasons, it takes action, it observes. It reasons, it takes action, it observes. Yeah, next slide. Now, let's talk about reinforcement learning. Now, before I move on, any questions so far? I'm treating this like a lecture. So I'm very sorry this is not your conventional. I don't have a product. So unfortunately, I'm sorry. So yeah, any question? Any question? Can I move on? All right, so let's move on. Reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is, in a nutshell, the problem of reinforcement learning is that you have an agent, you have an environment which represents a state of the world. The agent takes an action in that environment. The environment would yield 2 things. It would yield a scalar reward, telling the model if the action it took is right or wrong, and it will yield the next state of the world. Are we together? This is the reinforcement learning problem in a nutshell. You have a certain state of the environment, an agent takes an action here from a set of actions that it can take. You get a reward to tell if the action you took is right or wrong, and you get a new state. Next slide. Now, let's talk about reinforcement learning through human feedback, because that's a very essential part of the LLM stack. Right? Reinforcement, so you guys must have heard of AI safety, AI safety, AI safety. What are they doing in AI? So, we guys working on every other thing apart from AI safety, we troll people in AI safety. You're going to be like, what are you guys doing? You're not really doing real AI. Hope this is not recorded. And the guys in AI safety will tell us that, I pity you people, because if you build AI and it goes rogue, how exactly do you ensure it's safe? So this is one of the methods for AI safety, which is basically you have a model that can predict words. If you leave the model to keep predicting words, chances are that it will predict offensive words, because you have offensive words on the internet. So what do? You align the model to human values, or what you call preferences. Human preference. So you want the model to behave in a certain way, which means your own preference. You align the model to behave in that certain way. And there are about 3 steps in it. The first step is that you collect series of demonstration data and you do SFT. So you get the model from being a pre-trained model to an SFT model. Then the next step is that you train what you call a reward model. And basically what the reward model does is that it's another model that tells the model you are trying to train if the output it gives you is right or wrong. Right? So your reward model will take the output of your model and tells you that this is a good output. So which means at every forward pass, you will generate 2 outputs, or 3 outputs, or 4 outputs. And you will give those outputs to the reward model, and the reward model will select the best output out of all the series of outputs generated. And then you use that to back propagate. That is RLHF. So RLHF is that the model outputs series of outputs. Another model judges those outputs and tell the model that this is a good output. And the model sticks to that. And that's why when you ask ChatGPT that generate or do something erotic, for example, it tells you that it can't do it because they've actually aligned it during RLHF to make sure that it doesn't generate such. Are we together? All right. So essentially, that captures the next slide. So then we now have a new kind of reinforcement learning that came around November last year. So November last year, AI2, that's Allen Institute of Artificial Intelligence, released this paper called Tulu 3. And they brought out this idea of reinforcement learning with verifiable rewards, which is that you could actually get the model to solve problems better if there is a ground truth that you can give it as a reward. So you give it a maths problem, you know the answer already, you have the model solve the problem, arrive at an answer, you compare it with your own answer, you check if they are the same. If they are not, you tell the model to generate again. So you give a reward to the model. Then the model generates again. And you expect that when you do that over and over again, the model becomes better at solving that task. So, next slide. What they did was that you have some sort of training data. You have your SFT policy, which is your model. It generates completion. You pass that completion into some sort of verifiable reward. You give it a reward of gamma if it's correct, and you give it a reward of 0 if it's wrong. You pass that back into the policy, and you repeat that cycle over and over again. Right? That's reinforcement learning with verifiable rewards. This removes one thing away. You don't need a reward model anymore, because you can easily verify with the ground truth, especially for mathematics. You can easily check and say, okay, this is the answer, this is not the answer. Yeah, next. Now, what DeepSeek did was to pick this idea from the Tulu 3 paper and put it on steroid. And they released this paper in January this year. By show of hands, how many of you have read this paper? Great. Go and read it. I'm serious, because everything the industry does right now is based on this. Everything. It's based on this. OpenAI released O1 in August, but did not tell us how they built O1. Then everybody went silent for like 6 months, and came the guys from China telling us that we've cracked it, and gave us this. Right? And basically what they did, next slide. Basically what they did was train 2 models. They trained the DeepSeek R10 and the DeepSeek R1. The DeepSeek R10 started from the pre-trained model without SFT. The DeepSeek R1 started from SFT. Now, to build the SFT model, what they did was that they could start with what we call long chain of thought data, which means they collected human samples of how humans solve hard problems, use it to train the model before starting reinforcement learning. So they did R10 and they did R1, and they noticed something about R1. R10 actually code switch a lot. So it could be solving a problem in English and switch to Chinese if it's more convenient. Or it could be solving a problem in a certain language and switch to another language if it's convenient. You don't want that. So they discovered that by code starting with how humans solve hard problem, you solve that problem of code switching. Right? So next slide. GRPO. The algorithm destroying everywhere. So basically what they did was, they took, now I'm going to list some papers. In 2017, Proximal Policy Optimization paper came out from OpenAI. In 2021 or 2022, a paper on how to summarize using human feedback came out. Then in 2022, Instruct GPT paper came out, which was where RLHF was demoed. And they all used something called Proximal Policy Optimization. The problem with Proximal Policy Optimization is that you have to deploy 3 models for it to work. You deploy the SFT model you are trying to train. You deploy the reward model, which is another big LLM. You deploy a value function, which is another big LLM, which means you deploy 3 LLMs just to train a single LLM. That's too compute intensive. So what R1 did was to chop away the value function, chop away the reward model, and train the model solely by itself. And how did they do it? Let's skip the maths. Next slide. So what they did was that, given a question, you sample multiple outputs from the model, about 1,000 in the paper. So you have output 1, output 2, output 3, about 1,000 outputs. You score all the outputs. That is, you give them a number. Right? So 0 will mean the model is wrong. 1 will mean the model is right. And then you do something called group computation, which is basically you calculate the standard deviation and you calculate the mean of the reward distribution. Standard deviation and the mean of the reward distribution. and you use that to calculate something called an advantage function. Then you back propagate. But the trick is actually sampling multiple outputs. And that's why they call it group reward policy optimization. Group because you are calculating statistics of a group of outputs. Now let me tell you why GRPO works. The reason why GRPO works is because for some outputs the model will get the answer right, and for some outputs the model will get the answer wrong. If the model is too strong, that means it gets the answer right all the time. What will be your standard deviation? That will be 0. If the model gets the output out every time, there is no deviation. That means the mean is that it gets the answer right, and there is no deviation from the mean. If the model is too weak, and it gets the answer wrong all the time, what happens? Your standard deviation is still 0, and your mean is that it gets everything wrong all the time. So which means you want the exact difficulty that gives you diversity in your output, so that you always have a standard deviation that is not 0. And that is why when you see guys coding GRPO, one important thing that they keep an eye on is the standard deviation of the rewards. Because if it gets to 0, that means your model is becoming extremely strong for those kind of problems. So there is always a filtering stage before you do GRPO, where you filter out prompts that are too hard and prompts that are too simple, to have prompts that are just hard enough for the model to have diversity in its outputs. Does that make sense? Great. Next. So, for the reward modeling, they rewarded the model on two things. The first thing is that it gets the answer right. The second thing is that it formats the answer according to the instruction they gave it. Next slide. So this was the simple instruction. So they gave it a simple instruction, how it should format its answer and how it should format its thinking, and they got out of the way. That's one thing about reinforcement learning. You don't want to give too much instruction. Just give an instruction, simple instruction on, okay, if you want to think, put your thinking between these thinking tags and put your answer between these. And that's it. And they watch the magic happen. Next slide. So, DeepSeeker Run ushered in the new era, and why I have a job, which is the era of reinforcement learning environments. We can build environments where the reward is easily verifiable and allow the model just do its thing within that environment. Yeah, era of agents. I love this use case very much because it's something that we use internally called vending bench. It's a simple problem. You have an LLM and you want it to run a vending business. So you create a reinforcement learning environment where the model does one thing, it runs a vending business. Next slide. And basically what you want it to do is that it will buy products from suppliers by sending emails. It will stock items in the vending machine. It will set competitive prices. It will collect earnings regularly. It will manage daily cost, daily operation cost, and the model is expected, which means at the end of that episode, the model is supposed to turn in profit. If it doesn't turn in profit, you give it a reward signal of 0. If it turns in profit, you give it a reward signal of 1. And you allow it to run for about 5 to 10 hours. So it's a long context, long horizon problem. And the way it does all these things is through API calls. So it calls an email API, it writes an email, it calls a stock API to get what it has left in the stock, it calls an API to get what the market price is, and so on and so forth. Next slide. And this is your environment in it. So this is the starting point. The agent starts with an initial balance, money balance of $500, which means even if you don't sell anything, shall give me my $500 at the end of the episode. Right? Is charged a daily fee of $2 to operate the vending machine. The vending machine has 4 rows with 3 slots each. 2 of the rows have rooms for small items and the other 2 for large items, determined by GPT-4. Using a tool moves the time in the environment forward by 5 minutes, 25 minutes, 75 minutes, or 5 hours, depending on the tool. So you have this concept of events, right? The agent has a memory of 30,000 tokens, so which means it needs to manage its memory and make sure it doesn't exceed 30,000 tokens. We run the agent with a config of 2,000 messages per run, but yeah, go on and so forth. Each experiment is run 5 times, and most runs consume 25 million tokens and take 5 to 10 real-world hours of continuous simulation. Next slide. So, what do you score? You score the cash at hand. You score that the cash is not empty from the vending machine, and the value of the unsold product purchased, and currently in the inventory, and so on and so forth. So you are tracking money. Next slide. So, Vending Bench presents where we are right now with agents, which is you carefully craft a reinforcement learning environment with some objective. You put the model within that environment and allow it to run. You reward the model action over and over again, and the model learns what is right and what is wrong. Everything happening within a React loop. Yeah, next slide. So some ongoing exploration. Over the last couple of months, I've been working on continual learning and test time adaptation, which is this idea of, okay, without having to train the model over and over again, how do you get the model to keep learning? I did small work on long and short-term memory for agents, and now I'm looking into multi-agent collaboration. So thank you very much for staying up for the last 1 hour. So any questions? Yeah, that should be the end. I probably exceeded my time. So sorry the lecture was dense.
I mean, did we all enjoy the lecture? Are we sure? Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? Can't take any. All right, let's have one.
Thank you for the interesting lecture. During the course of the explanation of the lecture, you did mention RHF.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that more around a rewards model.
Yeah.
And my question is the reward model the only way that one can have reinforcement feedback on an LLM?
Like the reward model is the way to do reinforcement learning?
I'm saying you make mention that
you have a reward model. Yeah.
We need to have a reward model that rewards the LLM based on whatever predictions is made per time. So, and my question is it the only way, or there are other options or other methods that we can?
Oh yeah, there are other options. So there was this paper that was released by Stanford Group, Christopher Manning, called Your Language Model is Secretly a Reward Model, which ushered in DPO, which is Direct Preference Optimization, which is basically, instead of doing a reward model, just collect your data offline. They call it off-pref, which is offline preference tuning. And you just collect samples, and you just train your model like you would train an SFT model. So you don't need to deploy a reward model or anything. It's a lot cheaper. And you can find preference data online. Of course, I did not include that because it doesn't fit into the GRPO perspective. Yeah. But yeah, you can do DPO. You can check it out. Direct Preference Optimization.
All right, thank you very much, Ayo. Thank you very much. Any other question? We now have the hands now. All right, so 30 seconds for your question each, and then our speaker needs to.
All right. I hope this does not sound a bit naive, but you were talking about AI safety, and you were talking about a lot of ways whereby they make AI safety work. And I was just thinking, because you also mentioned prompt engineering, and I was just thinking, and safety is because it learns a lot of things on the internet, and there are also nefarious things on the internet. Is it possible that instead of going through, the safety process looks very complicated. I was now thinking, is it possible to use that prompt engineering as a way to make sure that it only delivers things that are safe?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that's instruction following. The problem is that models don't always follow instruction, even when stated specifically, right? So you can have a case where the instruction following capability of the model is very bad. There are benchmarks for that, right? So you have to beat the model into submission to follow the instruction, right? Which is really bad. You want it to follow instruction out of the box, so you have to train the model to actually do that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, sir, for the session. So my name is Odola Solomon Oluwatobi. You were explaining something, and I wanted to get it clearly. You said when GRPO is being worked on by AI engineers, they are more concerned about the standard deviation. And then if I'm not mistaken, you said that if it is working as expected, standard deviation is mostly zero.
No, it must not be zero.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's together.
So thank you very much. A round of applause for our keynote speaker. All right, so okay, thank you very much, Sir Ayo Odubakide. I think I was saying at the back that the way Ayo broke down these concepts, even me, I'm beginning to love AI again. All right, just a brief summary for some of us who just joined. Ayo Odubakide is our keynote speaker, and he took us through it was like a journey, all right, from the foundational concept of large language models, how they predict one token at a time, and with your attention is all you need paper coming up, and you're predicting a token based on context from the other tokens. So that's why we have our ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, all right? And then took us through prompt engineering, all right, AI safety. You threw a job at the AI safety guys, but I understand. All right. Okay, and then we all learned reinforcement learning with human feedback, right? Looked at DPO, PPO, GRPO, ways you can optimize your model well for better outputs. Can we all say thank you, Sir Ayo? All right, so quickly we'll be having someone from the AISOC team to come give us a brief presentation. Let's make welcome Samuel Iagwam. Yeah, a round of applause for Samuel.
Hello everyone, good morning. I trust we're doing good today. Can everyone hear me? Why are we looking sad? What's going on? Was the last session too technical? Was it too technical? Okay. Thank you very much everyone for being here. My name is Samuel Ihagwam, and I represent the AI Summer of Code team, right, the organizing team. We're just going to share some brief insights about the AI Summer of Code. It's been an exciting year for us at the AI Summer of Code, right? We've had amazing testimonies, and we just want to quickly run through what AI SOC is. Now, some of us here may be very new to AI Summer of Code. You just came across the Synopsis event, and then you signed up, right? So I have on the screen the AI Summer of Code, right, which ran between the period of July 26th till November 22nd. Now, so let's understand what exactly is the AI Summer of Code. Next slide, please. All right. Now, the AI Summer of Code, right, is a convergence of amazing persons, talented individuals, people who want to learn about artificial intelligence. Not just learn about artificial intelligence, they want to be able to make a mark, right? You want to be a builder and not just a user. You don't just want to be, I believe you've heard things about, oh, you are the product and all that. You don't just want to be a product, you want to be a maker of that product, right? So the AI Summer of Code is a program that allows you to immerse yourself into all the tiny things, right, that you need to know about artificial intelligence engineering, how you can be able to create and make all of these products. Now it's a, let's go back. Now it's an annual convergence of global experts in AI with enthusiastic learners from all over the world seeking to upskill and excel in science and engineering of AI systems. Now the AI Summer of Code as well, it allows you to also learn firsthand from experts in the field, not just people who, who have like taken 3 months courses and then are coming to tell you, oh, come and learn from me, I can put you through and all that. You're learning from people who have made a mark in the world, people who have actually built products that are helping businesses in today's world. Now, the AI Summer of Code takes participants through a rigorous journey of learning and growth in which they develop understanding and mastery of the technical skills that is required in the current age, right? Next slide, please. Now, in the past year, we had the AI Summer of Code Season 1, which was a very, very fantastic edition. We had a lot of testimonies from that particular edition at the end of the day, right? Which eventually prompted us to want to go into Season 2 of the AI Summer of Code. Now, from the first edition, we brought in 12 world-class senior engineers and seasoned leaders in data science and AI to come educate you, talk to you about how you can become an amazing AI talent as well, not just in Africa, but also spreading your mark across the world. Now, at the end of the day, the people who were part of the AI Summer of Code, they went from beginner with zero knowledge of AI to people who were creating amazing products. Now, we had a lot of testimonies at the end of the day, right? Developers uncovered and implemented engineering best practices in building production-grade software applications with AI. They were able to do things that we considered really, really amazing. We had some of the participants from AI Summer of Code in the past year who landed jobs. We had people who won hackathons, who eventually made their mark at the end of the day. And it was a really, really good one. Let's see some of the testimonies, please. All right. Now we have this person, Akolade Hamzat, who said the experience from AI Summer of Code directly contributed to landing my first full-time international role as a senior AI engineer. I joined the AI Summer of Code at a time when I was seriously considering leaving data science for mobile development, but everything changed during the program. The depth of expertise from the speakers and clarity with which they taught reignited my passion for AI and helped me. Now there's even more, right? We have from Kingsley Ibekwe, who happens to be here today. Hello, Kingsley. So Kingsley has been one of the amazing persons from the past edition. Now Kingsley joined many programs in the past, but not one with so much practical guidance like the AI Summer of Code. After the program, he landed an AI engineering internship, acquired other gigs, and made lots of money with the knowledge from AI Summer of Code. This is really amazing. Now, if you go close to Kingsley, you see that he's smelling money, right? So yes, this is also something that the AI Summer of Code will definitely help you build yourself. Now, most of the questions he encountered in interviews were problems that were already addressed during the program. So you can see in the past edition, we had amazing, amazing stories. We cannot run through all of them, right? We also have Chris, who says AI SOC Season 1 was very robust, both theoretical and practical. Now you can tell from the last session that we had, from the keynote session, that it is a very, very technical keynote session. Now, this means that AI Summer of Code and the Synopsis program is not just bringing experts, they are bringing people who are going to break down all the intricacies of the concepts that you actually need to know, right? Let's go on to the next one. Okay, now we had AI SOC Season 2, which ran through July till November. And the Season 2 was a 4-month immersive experience, right? Which included 7 weeks of intensive learning and 10 weeks of dedicated projects. I believe we have people from the AI Summer of Code Season 2 here. Please wave your hand. If you're from the AI Summer of Code, please wave your hand. All right, now you would agree with me that the 7 weeks was crazy, right? It was packed with a lot of learning. Most of you would agree that, even what you see on YouTube did not cut it. Most of the other courses that you would have taken did not cut it as well, right? Most of the other courses that you'd have taken did not cut it as well. But the AI Summer of Code made sure that it went deep, giving you all the knowledge that you need. In 7 weeks, it was crazy. I have some of the people from AI Summer of Code on my WhatsApp, and I could go through their WhatsApp status, and they would be complaining, Jesus, I thought this was going to be simple, but I can't give up. Why? Because the harder it gets, the more interesting it also becomes, right? Now, we also had 4 specialist career-focused pathways. We had the applied AI, we had machine learning pathway, we also had the LLM engineering pathway, and of course, we had the production AI pathway. Now, this was to make sure that everybody had well-tailored learning to what they wanted to achieve. Now, we also had more than 20 international expert lineup that consisted of ML leaders, industry-recognized scientists, and senior engineers. Some of you would agree with me that during the program, a lot of the people that gave you talks, that facilitated sessions, typically on a normal day, you would not get to interact with them one-on-one. But the AI Summer of Code made that very, very possible. We had people like Serge Messis, we had Elena, and many more. And they made all the sessions really, really amazing. Next slide, please. All right. Now, some of the pathways that we considered was applied AI, where you get to apply pre-trained models and modern AI technologies to build intelligent applications. We also had machine learning. We also had LLM engineering, and of course, production AI. Now, from what you could see, right, it tells you that for people who ventured into certain pathways, they had learnings tailored to what they wanted to build. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of some of the tools and infrastructures that we looked at, right, during the program. Next slide. Yep. So for some of you who don't know, these were some of the experts that we had. Serge Messis, principal AI scientist at Syngenta. We had Elena. We had Adebayo, who's an AI engineer at IBM. We had Okoyemi Fabi. We also had Zion, who is the organizer of AI Summer of Code and Synopsis. We also had Emily. We had Ridwan. We had Caspar. We had Nancy Chidozie, Gagandip. We had Caleb. We had Jeffrey, who's currently here today and will be giving us a talk. We also had Abdul Kodri, we had Sam Ayo, Aishit, Daniel, Nemeka Temtayo, and David as well. Right, so we had amazing, amazing facilitators who took us through this particular learning journey. Next slide. Now, during the program, we had a lot of focus, right? First off, we started with the onboarding program. It was a typical program just like this. And then next, we started off with the projects and sessions and projects. Now, every session, we ended up giving assignments at the end of the week. There were weekly lessons, there were weekly lectures, and there were always assignments that would compel you to go back to the previous recording, right? Making sure that it was not just theoretical, everything was practical, it was hands-on, right? We also had weekly and bi-weekly live sessions with experienced mentors and industry professionals. I think there were 2 tracks, which is the free tier and the dedicated, right? And we had mentors who were assigned to the participants. Now, finally, we had the project demo, which is also going to be a key highlight of today's event. Now, the participants from the AI Summer of Code Season 2 have been able to work on amazing projects. I cannot be able to tell you about it right now, but we had over 20 teams that worked on solutions to solve today's problems, right? Before the end of the program today, you get to see some of those solutions and how you can also be able to either build something similar or improve on it. Next slide. All right. Now, if you're wondering, this is the team behind the AI Summer of Code. We have Zion Pibore, Sam Ayo, Bukunola, myself, Chidozie, Precious, Nemeka Victoria, and of course, Daniel Akabwe. Next slide, please. All right, so that's about that, right? Now, if you're looking to also be a part of the AI Summer of Code Season 3.0, which happens next year, please follow us on social media, connect with us, right, and be part of this experience. This year was better than last year, and what next year is definitely going to be bigger and better than this year. See you in the next year's edition. Thank you.
Please put your hands together. Please keep clapping for AI Summer of Code. Amazing, amazing, amazing. You can see that they are doing amazing things. They're impacting lives. They're empowering people. Wow, 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 wow. So if you're interested, please make sure that you register and meet Samuel, before or during this program. So next, right about now, we're going to be having our next speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Otaibi, and I'm just going to give like a brief background of him. He's going to be taking us on scaling local AI, building foundation models that talk our language. He's an AI researcher and also Elatair AI. Dr. Jeffrey Otaibi is a visionary AI researcher, engineer, and practicing medical doctor, dedicated to building state-of-the-art tools and deploying AI strategies that generate real-world value. With expertise spanning LLMs, computer vision, and audio processing, he notably led the development of Sabiyan 125M, Nigeria's first decoder-only foundational language model. This pioneering work is capable of performing natural language tasks in 8 Nigerian languages and significantly outperformed GPT-4 and LLAMA 213B. Trust me, I'm not an AI person, so whatever I'm saying now, just follow me. On Nigerian language benchmarks, showcasing his ability to innovate within constraints and his commitment to making AI contextual and cost-effective for Africa and healthcare. I thought you'd be putting your hands together for him. Beyond research, he specializes in the full AI lifecycle with a wealth of experience in designing and evaluating tailored AI solutions that automate complex domain-specific tasks across various industries. And he's driven by a vision to create contextual, cost-effective AI and robotics technology specifically for AI, for Africa and healthcare. Please put your hands together as we welcome Jeffrey Otaibi.
Hi guys, hi. Wow. First I would like to say that I am honored to be here. I mean, just listening to Ayo on the last session was really, I don't know how you guys felt about that session. I mean, it was great, Abi. My head was hot. I don't know about you. It was quite, he's a great guy, and I like how he was able to break so much in a very short time. And if you are new to this field, it might sound very confusing, but I assure you, it's a very interesting field, and it's rapidly growing, and we expect to see even more things happening in the next couple of years. Having said all this, I promise not to be so technical in my session because, I think you guys have gotten enough for the first half of the day, right? So let's get into it. Next slide. Okay, so I'm Dr. Jeffrey. I'm a practicing medical doctor, an AI researcher engineer. I've had about 6 years of experience. I've been working on AI before ChatGPT came out and the well-known large language models came out. All right, so we've dilly-dallied into very dark places, trying to build pipelines, predictive models, and really good AI systems for different businesses and organizations. All right, currently, I'm the lead researcher at Sabian, all right, and I currently head the AI team at 2 different startups. Next slide. So we're going to be talking about something very interesting today, which is scaling local AI, especially for Nigeria and then for Africa. So the question is, why is this so important? It's important because, and this is what I want everybody to leave here with, we as Nigerians, as Africans, would need to own this AI technology eventually, whether we like it or not. I mean, we cannot always depend on the West for such things. We would need to learn this technology by ourselves and own it. So I'll be walking you through the various trends that have occurred in the past few years at a very high scale, not at a very technical scale. Walking into Africa's AI reality, the case for local AI ownership, and a practical path forward to Africa actually building our own AI with the capabilities that we see from the West, from China, from Germany, from India. Right, next slide. So, what are the global trends? We already know this. It is everybody knows this. AI is reshaping the global power, right? Right now, you would see that there's economic war between at least 2 or 3 major countries solely because of AI, right? We're already seeing movements in the Middle East. We are seeing the US trying to put economic constraints on China because China brought out the DeepSeek that outperformed ChatGPT. China brought out Baidu that just started destroying all the models from the West. So we are seeing that it's really, really shaping global power. And so AI chips have become really important in this. We also see that countries like US, China, and the European Union in general are investing billions in this technology. In the past 2 to 3 years, we've seen also that the cost of building such models has dropped drastically. I think it went from, so you can see the cost of AI has gone from like 280x between 2022 and 2024. What that means is the amount of money, right, that they used to build GPT-3, right, is way cheaper now for 2024, right? DeepSeek came out early this year and crunched the numbers to about $5.5 million in terms of training their technology. And they went through different experiments to actually release their DeepSeek R1 model. We also see that 78% of organizations now are using AI in one workflow or the other to give outcomes to their users, to their customers. Next slide. So we see here the private investment in AI from different countries. You can see USA taking the lead. Because why? Why? Because they want to maintain power, really. Nothing serious. They're not trying to solve any problem. They're just trying to maintain power. China is also next, followed by the UK, Germany, France, Canada, Israel, South Korea. For some reason, you don't see any African country there. You don't see any country from, I think, North America. And maybe there's no Australia there too, right? Next slide. Okay, so this is another graph, and you can see all the long bars coming from China, from US, and from India. Next slide. So, who controls AI today? Currently, we have a war happening in the shadow, like I said before, and the countries really controlling AI right now are countries from the West, from Europe, and also from Asia, which is China and India. In all the models that have been released so far from these countries, African languages have been completely underrepresented. There's no argument. I mean, I was working with ChatGPT, I think 2 days ago, and it could not recognize Efik. In fact, it classified Efik as Urobo. It was that bad. Right? Don't ask me how I did it, but I did it. So we see that African languages are grossly underrepresented. In fact, we can't blame them because a lot of times they have a different objective. And their objective is to solve intelligence, not to really solve language understanding. So they've moved from trying to solve translation problems to how we can develop really intelligent agentic systems that can be used in our day-to-day lives. And so if you have that objective, everything shifts. Everything shifts towards intelligence. And so nobody really cares about African languages. So what you see is people developing new data sets in English language to actually train these models to improve their capabilities. So right now, whoever controls AI controls the economic power. It's a given. Take it anywhere. Why? AI can be used for national security. As we speak, I was telling someone yesterday, as we speak, there's a civil servant in one Nigerian government agency that is giving ChatGPT sensitive data about Nigeria. But the person doesn't care. Why? I need to finish my work in 5 minutes, so let me just give it to summarize everything for me. But they are getting it in the US and they're monitoring everybody in Africa. It sounds like a very trivial thing, but I assure you, it is non-trivial because these guys have data centers, they have the models, they can monitor anybody who uses their models. Believe it or not, they can track everything. They can track the behavior of every single country according to the individual citizens of the country. Is that bad? Right? So whoever controls AI controls a lot, including national security. Next slide. All right, so what is this Africa's AI gap we speak about? So we'll see that globally, in all the data sets that exist on the internet, right, we get about less than 2% of global AI data coming from Africa. Now, I'll tell you that, you see there that 0.02% of web content is also in African languages, which is a very small amount. And now, even in this portion of data, it is extremely contaminated. What I mean is, you could see the data, they would say it's Yoruba, but then you go through it and you see that maybe another 20% is still English, maybe 10% is Russian. It's just scattered, contaminated, unclean, and very terrible. So what this means for models that exist now is that these models perform poorly on all African languages across different tasks, right? In fact, it was so bad that UNESCO was warning, I think in 2023, that using foreign AI in African schools, especially people who are trying to bring up a startup for educational startups that integrate AI for self-learning, is actually a terrible idea because they felt that they would be erasing the indigenous values of those students in those countries. Next slide. So why does this matter? Why does Africa need to develop, why do we need to develop our own AI technology? Well, several reasons, actually quite plenty, but several reasons. The first is educational systems can be misaligned. There's also the issue of business impact. So there could be someone in Kenya who wants to build a business for Kenyans, right? And he needs the AI technology that can automate a lot of things for his business to actually scale. What happens is he's unable to penetrate into the Kenyan communities simply because we do not have the language technology to understand those languages or those dialects in that community. So what happens is he is shut off from actually exploring that potential market, right? So there's a very serious business impact if we do not really do something about this. We also have the issue of the loss of cultural and linguistic context. So as we all know, Nigerian English, for example, this is a very simple example. Nigerian English is quite different from British English and American English in so many ways other than accent. So you would see that even in the day-to-day communication between two Nigerians, we tend to give English life. We tend to give English words other people don't give English to, because we have a different cultural way of speaking the same English language, right? So it even reflects in the English, right? So this is one thing that is missing from other models. We have a situation where these companies also dictate, they make data decisions on our behalf, right? They decide what should be trained. They decide what kind of topics to train their models on for African languages. So that is a different way of colonizing Africa. It's a completely different way of colonizing Africa, right? Because we don't decide anything. We don't decide what culture goes into the models they train. We don't decide what kind of languages go. We don't decide what kind of dialects go. So it's just a different way of trying to, rain power on us. I know people will say this guy is conspiracy. No, it's not a conspiracy. It's just what it is, and that's the pattern that we are going to see, right? So of course, I also mentioned the security and the data sovereignty risk. Because we do not govern our data, because other countries govern our data for us, we have no sovereignty. We have nothing. In terms of security, because we are using third-party software from the West, from the East, from the North, we can be easily monitored. If you have a business idea, for example, and you tell yourself, let me go and brainstorm with ChatGPT. These guys are collecting your ideas. And that's the truth, and there's nothing you're doing about it. It's just going to them, right? And they have the data centers to actually run multi-processing on everybody's request, whether you like it or not. They can batch it. They will keep it and batch it. They will keep piling it up, and they will go through everybody's request. So that's another thing. So next slide. So why must Africa own our technology? We want to preserve our language and culture. We want to reduce dependency on this API calls from the West. We want to build affordable tools, because that's another problem. You will notice that the average purchasing power of Africans cannot be compared with the average purchasing power of the West, or even in Europe, right? I mean, the average person in Europe could have 10 subscriptions, but a Nigerian is struggling with just one, and that one is just 1,000 naira per month, right? So it paints a different picture, right? So why do we have to wait till the West builds technology and charge us in dollars, and we have to serve our customers, integrate this AI into our own systems and pay in dollars? Meanwhile, we are collecting money from our customers in naira, right? So it leaves room for a lot of optimization in terms of how much profits can be made from businesses. So if we do create our AI systems, we also have the ability to create local economic value. And we have the ability to determine what data is private, what data is public. We use our data privately. And we can also curb any security issues that comes with trying to use ChatGPT over the web browser or Google Gemini over the web browser. Next slide. So I think Ayo has covered this. I don't need to dwell so much on this, but these are just some of the examples. Global AI models that exist that are actually doing really great. You can see that most of them are from North America. China comes up next, followed by Europe. India is also doing well as a single country. I think they have about 10 natively trained large language models. I think probably more than 10, but I know about 10 of them. Nigeria released one, I think in September, I'm not sure. Atlas. We also have Incuba LM from, I think, South Africa, and the famous GPT from one of our guides, right? Doing a good job, right? So the lesson here is that a lot of regions are building for themselves, not really building for Africa. And when we say we want to build, we end up fine-tuning models that were built from the West on our own data to get it to behave the way that we want it to behave. Next slide. So why are these models not enough? Why is it not enough to take Llama, which is a model by Meta, fine-tune it on Yoruba, and use it to serve people? Well, we need to understand that the foundation matters more than fine-tuning, right? Fine-tuning doesn't really change the internal representation of the language or understanding of the models, right? It shifts it by just a few things. And why is this important? I don't know if Ayo spoke about tokenizers. So it starts from the tokenizer. The tokenization of the data is the first problem that exists. Why? If you take Llama and you go through its tokenizers, you would see that the amount of tokens that really represent African languages is quite small compared to the amount of tokens represented for just English alone. That is a problem. So it means that it doesn't just tell us that the pre-training data was mostly in English. It also tells us that this model cannot be as expressive in African languages as it should be, right? So if you now take that model to a supervised fine-tuning phase, and you're trying to fine-tune it on Yoruba, for example, you will get good results. but the fundamental understanding doesn't really change. The fundamental vector representation of those tokens doesn't really change, right? So this is one of the big problems that exist with just fine-tuning models. It leads to very inefficient systems, really, really inefficient systems, right? So African languages remain an add-on. See, African language is introduced after the model has already learned how language works, and that language is solely English, right? Next slide. So we also have shallow cultural and contextual understanding for these pre-trained models. If you take Llama 3.1, I think it speaks some Nigerian languages. If you take Llama 3.1 and I try to chat it, you would see that it would speak Yoruba, right? But it will ignore the cultural context. So, and by cultural context, I mean a lot of things, but I'm going to paint a very simplistic picture here. So something as simple as idiomatic expressions by the average Yoruba man might not pop out in that language. So we could be chatting now and somebody is saying, or more. You probably won't see all those things coming up. The way we also arrange what we say, the way we express our verbs might not necessarily be captured by those models, simply because they were solely trained in English language. They were not trained on data that was contextually and culturally rich. They were probably just trained on data that was just translate English to Yoruba, and then they take the data sets and they push it in, right? So we get a very, very poor representation of cultural and contextual understanding. So we still see Africa depends, in summary, Africa still depends on foundational models from the West. The West makes data and training decisions for us. And if they restrict access to their models, if they change their pricing of their models, if they change their policies, Africa is exposed. There's nothing you can do about it, right? You either stop using it or you use it and spend more money using it, right? So fine-tuning broad intelligence is not the same as building native intelligence. Next slide. So here is the myth. I think that a lot of researchers believe that to really build something for Africa, we need to build billion parameter models. We need to scale to trillion parameter models. I don't think that is true. Now, I'm not saying that those models are not necessary. Yes, they are necessary, but I don't think we need to look at it in that manner, right? Firstly, there's already ongoing research showing that companies like Liquid AI and Aquen are shrinking their model sizes to something really small. And they're finding out that these models are actually becoming really capable in what they can do, right? This year, Meta released the model called Mobile LLM, right? Where they tried to increase the depth of models without increasing the parameter count. Right, so they made sure that it was all about improving the RAM efficiency of the model. And so they tend to save costs. So the question is, if these big companies are trying to also save costs in terms of training models, in terms of inferencing those models on GPUs, then just maybe there's hope for Africa. And just maybe we could focus on that part of research that leads to the cost-effective development of models that can serve us. We know that Africa doesn't have money, really. I think technological adoption in Africa is quite terrible. Even for financial technical, fintech services is very terrible. Mostly because people don't have money, people don't want to spend money on stuff, people don't have enough reason to use such technologies, right? And this is even more reason why we have to build cost-effective AI models so that we can increase the incentive for businesses to actually integrate this into their services. So, in Africa, we're already doing a lot of things. I'll start with my own research. It's called Sabian. We've released the first version of Sabian, and it has done better than GPT-4 and Llama across popular benchmark tasks. But we still recognize that we have a seriously long way to go. And one of the things we realized with the data sets that exist for Nigerian languages, by the way, so Sabian can generate text in about 8 Nigerian languages to varying degrees, and that's because of the distribution of data, the distribution of the pre-training data, right? One of the things we realized was even with the publicly available data sets, we were still getting so much contamination in them. So when somebody says this data set is Yoruba, when you open it really, you would see Russian, you would see plenty Russian and Chinese, right? A lot. So it's really, really contaminated, and that's how bad it is. But this actually working, so Sabian is just a 125 million parameter model. That's like less than 1,000 times the size of GPT-4, and less than 100 times the size of Llama 2, I think. So if we can get these models specialized and we can get them to outperform models like GPT-4 and Llama, I think you would agree that we are making, that should be progress, right? That should be progress. There are also other researchers from all over Africa doing great things. I think the person who did AfriBeta, if I'm not mistaken, is a Nigerian, also doing something amazing. Can you go back? Okay, so AfriBeta. Incuba LLM is from South Africa. Yes, and AfroLM. So these are this is proof that, first, Africans are researching how to build models ourselves. This is proof that we can actually do it. This is proof that we could do more with way less. How many of you have heard of Andrej Karpathy before? Aha, great. So you know he released a new repository where it used just $100 to build something quite amazing. Right? I don't know if you're aware. I think it's called NanoChat or something like that. He was able to use just $100 to build something quite amazing. So that's how far we are willing to take this technology. And I'm here to open everybody's eyes to this, that yes, we can build this. We just have to come together, think of creative ways to build this. A short story is this. Before China built DeepSeek, there was already constraints from the US in terms of microchip, AI chip exportation to China. So when ChatGPT came out, they were using a particular kind of AI chip. And the USA government said, this AI chip, we're not giving it to China. We will not. If we give it to China, they will build something better than us. So they said, we will sell to China inferior grade AI chips. So they were selling something really cheap, something that wasn't so fast, something that had less RAM. And so China said, okay, that's fine, we will collect it. So they kept piling it up. And they started researching ways to pre-train models and build really capable models with just a fraction of the cost, right? So it was because they were limited by compute constraints that they were able to think of amazing ways to build more cost-efficient models. And I believe that in Africa we can do the same. We are limited by these constraints to, we can read, we can research, and we can build something that's amazing. So the bigger vision is we build technology for Africa. We build this technology to work for African people, to understand our culture, to relate with us better. We make this technology very affordable. We make it inclusive, and we make it sovereign, right? So language remains our strongest asset. I think in Africa we have over 2,000 languages, just in Africa. In Nigeria, I think we have over 520, just in Nigeria alone. And that's why we have bad government. In case you don't know, that's why we have bad government. Next slide. All right, so what is the strategy we are taking to scale local AI? I personally, this is my own strategy. I don't know about you guys. I've taken this problem upon my head. So every night I don't sleep. My head is really hot. So I feel that every step of the way till we build something amazing, we must try to scale, and we must try to be very, very innovative in the approaches that we take. And I'm going to walk through some of those innovative ideas that we have at where we build Sabian. So the first thing is, we have just 10 key points in our strategy. The first one focuses on the model architecture. The second focuses on the pre-training data collection. The third is on the pre-training technique. The fourth is on the SFT data generation. Fifth is quality assurance of the data we are generating, right? The sixth is augmenting this SFT data with more English supervised fine-tuning data. right? Then the 8th is reinforcement learning. Then the 9th is we evaluate, and then we iterate through the same process all over again. So we just keep doing that. We keep doing that. We keep doing that. We get something really good. Next slide. I'll be talking very briefly about the two most important things because they are the least, they are technical, but I would say the least technical. I think Ayo has talked about reinforcement learning. He has talked about it. In fact, I don't want to talk about it again because he has really done a really good job with reinforcement learning, so I'm not going to bother about that. So I'm going to focus on how we can efficiently design our models and how we can creatively generate data that will be used to train those models. I'll just speak about that briefly. So, how do we have efficient model design? So the first thing is we want, previous slide. We want to build a single model that can perform different tasks. And we've first identified the top 5 to 10 tasks that Africans use AI for, right? So we are working with that understanding in mind. So we're not going to try and build random stuff, no. We would optimize for the top 10 things that that Africans use AI for their day-to-day activities, right? We focus on the language. We were able to come up with a very unique multitask training system. The simple idea is we realized that we don't have data in Africa. We don't have data in Nigeria. I'm going to use Sabiyan for this. We don't have data in Nigeria for all the African languages. So what did we do? We scoured the internet. We packed all the data that we could find in the same place, and then we used it to pre-train our model, right? So even data for sentiment analysis, data for summarization, data for headlining, data for translation, data for monolingual, right? We jam-packed them into one single binary file and used it for training. And the core idea was we needed to improve the vector representation of every single Nigerian language word within our model, right? So if we shut out the model from downstream data sets, we might not be able to get a really good vector representation for this model. So we decided to pack everything into one and train the model fully on every single data we could find. And we realized one thing. It turned out that this multi-task training objective did better than the normal pre-training that you see from the West, where they just give the data set unsupervised and they move on, right? We were able to experience better loss. We were able to get lower loss, and we were able to track the loss, like in terms of stability of the loss decline was even better, right? So it worked, and we realized something even after training. We started to see that because we put everything into one, our model started to have some form of power for interlanguage translation. So what that means is that it could start translating between Yoruba and Igbo directly. We didn't need to translate from Yoruba to English first and then from English to Igbo. We could just do a direct translation between Yoruba and Hausa and Igbo and stuff like that. Next slide. So how are we going about our efficient model design? We realized that we have an objective that, okay, we want to build models that are cheap, models that will be easier to host on GPUs and wouldn't cost so much money. In fact, a random company can just take it and probably even run it on CPU if they want. These models might be able to be used offline. So after a lot of research, we were able to come up, after a lot of research based on the advances in AI, mostly from the West, we were able to come up with some certain features. So we did like a Frankenstein kind of thing. We took the highlight of different features from different models from the West, and we combined it into one to form our own model architecture. I will just walk you through some of those features that we combined. So the first one is DeepSeek MLE. How many of you are familiar with MLE? I think I spoke about it in Summer of Code. The central idea is you compress the KV cache. That's the central idea. And by compressing the KV cache, you can reduce memory requirements of that model by 93%, which is actually amazing. So it means that I could have a 1 billion parameter model, and during inference, I don't need to worry about long context because I'm compressing every single cache for each token by 93%. So that's something really amazing. So it means we could build something small and put it in a small device and expect it to run. So that was the first thing we added. The second thing was DeepSeek's MOE. It's not so different from the typical mixture of experts that you know. I won't go into it. But the idea is we believe that by building a mixture of expert models, we could get some form of language specialization. How? So we know that, for example, we know that African languages can be summarized into 4 categories. I think Afro-Asiatic, I'm also familiar with the rest. I think I've forgotten some of the rest. But these categories are based on the morphological structures and patterns of the African data set, right? So, for example, you would realize that Yoruba is a tonal language, the same with other languages, right? We realize that some African languages have diacritics and some African languages do not have diacritics, right? Some African languages will need to be agglutinated. It means that parts of them will need to be added onto each other. Now, what if our models can learn to specialize each expert for these patterns that exist in languages? So any model that has diacritics, for example, can be processed by just one mixture of experts. Any model that is tonal can be processed by another mixture of experts. Any model that has agglutination can be processed by another mixture of experts. That way, we can not just reduce the size of our models during inference, but we can get really, really good language specialization during inference. The next is mobile LLM sharing. So if you don't know mobile LLM, it's a model that was released by Meta. I think they started last year, and they scaled it up to mobile LLM R1 this year, right? The fundamental objective of that paper is how do we build a sub 1 billion parameter model that performs as good as an 8 billion model or 13 billion model or even a 1 trillion parameter model. How do we do this? How do we improve the efficiency and the resource usage of our models without actually increasing the parameter count of the models? So they came up with a couple of things that really worked well for them. The first is they tried to, they would build let's say they would build a 12-layer model. So you guys are familiar with transformer blocks, right? So the model would have 12 transformer blocks, and then they will repeat it n times, right? So if I repeated a 12 transformer block model 2 times, I would get something similar to like a 24-layered model. If I repeated that 3 times, I would get something similar to a 36-layered model. So it would look like we are increasing the complexity of the non-linearity in the model. And so that tends to improve the performance. So it was tested, actually. They didn't just have the idea. They tested it, and they saw that it actually worked. The second thing was they realized that if we created a language model head for the model, we would increase the parameter count significantly. They realized that every model that exists now that is below 1 billion parameters and have a separate causal element. Do you guys know what causal element is? If you know what causal element is, please, let me see. So those 3 people, Jesus Christ. Okay, no. Okay, so the last part of the LLM that predicts the next tokens, just the way Ayo spoke about. So there's the last transformer block. After the last transformer block is a particular weight matrix that actually predicts the next token. We call that matrix like the LM head. Now, in their research, they found out for models that are less than 1 billion, that LM head usually accounts for maybe 20 to 30% of the total parameter count of the model. So they said to themselves, why are we doing that? We want to build a small language model. Why are we spending a lot of neurons building just the LM head? Let's scrap it out. So they took it out, and instead, they tied the weight of that LM head to the embedding of the model, right? Which was really nice. So it means that during prediction, we have like an alignment between the first layer of the transformer, which is the token embedding, and the LM head. So that reduced the parameter count by about 20 to 30%. And it still yielded the same result. In fact, they found that they didn't see a significant drop in performance by, I think it was about 3% or so. So which was really good. Next slide. Yeah, so the next is also we are weight of the token embeddings to our LM heads to improve the performance, not just improve the performance, but also scale the parameter counts. And we're also making use of rope, which we found to have really good association between distance between tokens. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a picture representing rope. Next slide, next slide. So how do we go about creative data generation? I've listed out some of the things that we already do here, right? So for example, we know that Awari, the company Awari that developed N-Atlas, they have an app where they collect data, right? And we know that most of the publicly existing data sets for Nigeria is from things like books, radio, BBC News, news articles, and the rest. And a lot of it also comes from translation from models like ChatGPT, Llama, and also the likes. But there are also interesting ideas that we could use. In fact, one of my friends, David, I think he's seated at the back, mentioned to me one time that a really good idea for data collection in Nigeria would involve integrating data collection into the National Youth Service Corps. And the reason is because since we always post people to villages, communities all over across Nigeria, these people can help us to blend into this culture, learn some things from this culture, and actually digitize the data from that culture, including languages. Right? So it was a brilliant idea, and I thought to add it. Next slide. All right, so how do we ensure quality assurance of the data sets we are building? So I mentioned two things. Our primary approach to generating data now is through publicly available data sets and generating data sets using large language models. But the question now is, how do we ensure the quality of the data generated from these large language models? All right, so there were two things that jumped at us. The first is, okay, before I even start, what do I mean by quality assurance? What are the metrics we are measuring? So when I say I need to assess the quality of this data set, what am I looking for? Some of the things we are looking for are the fluency and adequacy of the language. We want to know this data set, if I read the samples in this data set, are they going to sound just the way a native speaker of the language would sound, or it will sound very robotic, right? If it sounds just like a native speaker, it means that we would have captured a lot of things, including idiomatic expressions and not just robotic translations, right? So how about we come up with a way to estimate the quality of every data we generate for fluency, adequacy, idiomatic expression, preservation of cultural nuances. And so we looked at it and we said, okay, there are two major ways. The first one is really slow, which is human in the loop, where we would give it sample to a native speaker and say, okay, grade this for us, right? But it's pretty slow. In Africa, it will take us years to get something really good. The second was automatic scoring and filtering using LLMs, right? How do we do this? This is very fast and scalable. So we believe that we could automatically score and filter language data sets using a technique called semi-supervised learning technique. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but the next slide is going to show you what it does. Next slide. So the summary of semi-supervised technique is, we start off with a little bit, we start off with a very big data set where we have just a very small portion that is labeled correctly, right? So what do? We put this data set in a loop with a model. We will first fine-tune the model on the well-labeled data set, the well-labeled proportion of that data set. Once the model learns to its best, we will then use the model to inference over the unlabeled part of the data set. Right, so you will see that the labeled and unlabeled data being fed to the model, we would get a pseudo-labeled data set because after the model finishes learning on the labeled data set, it will try to predict the right score for the unlabeled data set. Now, as it predicts the right scores for the unlabeled data set, we will be getting a confidence alongside it. How good is your prediction? Are you uncertain about your prediction? Are you certain about your prediction? Now, if the model is very certain about its prediction, we would let that label stay for that data sample. If the model is very uncertain about its prediction, then we would ignore that data sample. So every prediction that was made by the model where it was very certain about its prediction, we will add that back to our originally labeled portion of the data set. and then we will reiterate through the process again. We will give the model everything again and tell it, okay, label the unpredicted data set. So what this means is we could start up with, let's say we can start up with 5,000 well-labeled data sets by African native speakers, right? And then we can say, okay, let's take this encoder model, we train it on this score, and then we get this encoder model to predict over another 100,000 samples. And what we'll see is that if we iterate through that process, maybe after a day, the model would have accurately predicted very good scores for all the samples in that data set. And so we can filter out the ones that we want and the ones that don't meet a particular threshold. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, having said all this, that's from the research perspective. What still remains is if this idea is not owned at different levels in the government, so from continental to the national to regional to local, we are still going to have problems. So if there's still not a national AI strategy, we are still going to suffer. We're still going to suffer because we would need to have some form of data governance, we need to have some form of AI governance, we need to upskill people to be able to get this data labeling correctly, upskill people to be able to build these models correctly. And so because of this, we are going to need different implementations of the AI strategy at every single level of the government. So from the local to the national, to the regional, and to the continental. Next slide. So we are all developers here, right? So what can you do? You might think that you cannot do a lot because what do I know about language technology? It turns out that you can actually do enough. You can do a lot, right? As you speak, I know somebody that is actively generating language data for Africa, and he generates it in thousands. I don't know how he does it. He just does it. I will just wake up in the morning, and this guy has generated 50,000 data sets, samples for Twi. I'm like, how are you doing this? Oh, he has generated 100K for Swahili. How? Why? How are you doing it? Right? And he's just a simple data scientist, and he's just very passionate about improving the digital representation of African languages online. That is his goal. So, these are some of the things that you can do. You can help in every stage, right? Every single publicly available data set that exists for African languages was put there by somebody. And that person went through the same process, having a very good vision and wanting to improve the digital representation of African languages. And I believe that everybody here can do the same. Next. So the way forward is we start small. We try to improve the data sets that exist. We collectively research modern ideas used by the West to build their AI technologies, and we can actually tweak them to what we want to work for Africa. Really, DeepSeek did this. If DeepSeek can do this, I believe that in Africa and in Nigeria, we can do exactly the same, right? So we do that. We also build our people. What we see now is, again, another problem we have in Africa is we are being so westernized that parents are not teaching their children how to speak their language. I mean, if they could speak their language, I think that every educated person would have been able to contribute to every single data set that exists for African languages right now. So these are some of the things that we can do. If not, we are not going to own our future, and we're not going to be able to build AI for Africa. Next. All right, so thank you very much. I will take any questions if anyone has any questions.
Let's do that again. Let's do that again. All right, thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. So we'll only take just one question for Dr. Jeffrey. Anyone? Okay. All right. So your question in 10 seconds. Quick.
Thank you, Doctor, thank you for the great presentation. My question to you is, what is the biggest challenge you have on Sabian, aside the data collection, which you have mentioned?
Okay, so thank you. The biggest challenge after data collection is data collection. And the biggest challenge after data collection is still data collection. Then after that is compute resource. Why do I say this? We need So the process is going to be an experimental process. Just the way AI is working with RL environments is experimental, it's not fixed. So for every process, you're going to need compute, right? If you want to generate data using open source language models, you're going to need compute to host that model and run inference through it. So after data collection is compute. We can all read research papers here, but what we cannot get is compute power because it requires money.
Another round of applause. Yes, so number one problem for us locally is data collection. All right, Dr. Jeff, before you go, we need to take a picture. Sir, please, can you join us? Dr. Z, we need you upstage, oh. All right, and Precious as well.
Dr. Z.
Dr. Z.
Bash. Ṣé ìṣẹ̀mà yóò gùn ká plọ́ọ̀gì kìíní sẹ́yìn síta ká wò? Ìṣẹ̀mà yìí ta lò sí kìíní ṣé kò gùn ká plọ́ọ̀gì síta ká plọ́ọ̀gì kìíní síta? Ó gùn. Ó gùn. Ẹja plọ́ọ̀gì fáwọn àyè síta náà. Àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ tó ń fa ní
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to do a quick one before we go into our breakout session. Don't worry, you're going to have breakfast before you go to your breakout session. But let's do something quick. Let's get our phones out. Okay, bring out your phones, and we're going to do a video, right? It's a call and response. So it's say Synopsis 2025, and you say the best AI conference, okay? Okay? Please, I need your energy, okay? All right, so can we bring out our phones? Bring out your phones, bring out your phones.
All right, you can, if you don't want to do a video, you can take a JPEG. What I mean, JPEG?
A picture.
A picture.
All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Synopsis 2025.
The best AI conference.
Again, Synopsis 2025. All right. So please, you can put the hashtag when you post on your social media, on your stories, WhatsApp, Instagram, hashtag Synopsis 2025. And you can also follow us on all social platforms, on Twitter, X, on IG, on LinkedIn, and on YouTube at AI Summer Code.
All right, so I want us to create the buzz on Twitter. Post the picture on Twitter, use the hashtag Synopsis 2025. Tag your friends that are supposed to be here. My friend, Frank, wherever you are. You're supposed to be here. All right, so we'll be doing a quick one now. There is breakfast, all right. Would be leading us to get breakfast just outside. But we'll be coming back quickly for the breakout session. So you can just pick up small lunch, breakfast, and come in, and then we'll be prepared for breakout session. Under 5 minutes, quickly we'll go and come. Is that okay? All right. Do we agree to that? Or we are not hungry? I'm hungry.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Please, you can go out for the breakfast.
the response. You want to also mark user questions token to ensure that you are not incurring cost. So, another thing you want to also take care of, ensure that you have like a prompt registry. There are open source tools, there are paid tools that you can use to version your prompt and to create like a registry, right? In traditional ML models, you have what we call like a model registry where you save your models. Maybe you save them maybe with the name, the day the model was created.
Hello?
Where you save your prompt, right? You version it, you test it, and you deploy it independently of your code, right? Of your software artifact, like your code and what have you. So we need to create evaluation frameworks for our LLM app, right? We need to create evaluation framework for our LLM app. If you want to use but be sure that you use it for things that require exact match, right? Let's say you are testing to ensure that the JSON that your LLM application returns is a valid JSON, right? Or you are using it, let's say you build an LLM app that generates Python code. You are using it to test that the code generated is correct. You are writing unit tests for generated code. We also want to do what we call semantic similarity, right? We want to use it. Let's say you build an LLM app that helps teachers to map skills, right? Two students cannot give the same answer to a question. Let's say the question is, what is the capital of France, right? A student will say, the capital of France is Paris. Another person will say, Paris is the capital of France, right? In that case, we can't use exact match because even though both questions are correct, they are not exactly the same. So we want to do what we call semantic similarity to check that both responses are similar or they are close. Then we can also do adding LLM as a judge, right? Most cases, a bigger or large language model, right? We're using it to judge the response of a smaller model. Let's say you deployed an app that was built with GPT-3, right? But at every instant, you want to be sure that the response that GPT-3 gives is correct. You could have maybe GPT-4 to check that the response that this particular app gave is correct, right? So we can do scoring, right? So we could write rules like giving the answer below, rate how correct and helpful the answer is from 1 to 10. So based on the response of the larger GPT, you then can say, okay, let me return this answer to the user or not. So I dropped a sample code here on how we can evaluate our responses. So it's not everything we can automate, right? It's not everything we can automate. There are cases where we want to add a human in the loop. Let's say build a medical assist app, right, that gives medical advice, right? There are some response that we should not trust an LLM with, right? Or you build a legal system, maybe for checking Nigerian laws and so on. You don't want to, it's not all the response, all questions that the user asks that you want to an LLM to respond. So if the question is, say, the confidence of the LLM is less than, say, a particular threshold, say 70%, pass that particular question to a human to respond to. That way, we take care of errors and we ensure that the response that user gets are always correct. Then, when we are evaluating our LLM system, we want to evaluate things like purchase completion rates. Let's say you build a chatbot that helps for purchasing goods through WhatsApp, right? And you just switch from a particular model to another model, right? Your purchase completion rate before was 70%. But now, by the time you switch to a newer model, it has dropped to 65%. So in that case, you'll be able to trace that, oh, despite this model is bigger or it's more expensive, it doesn't really give us a better completion rate. It doesn't give us better user satisfaction, right? You also want to track user rating, what users are saying about your app. Then another thing you want to do not ignore max token. By all means, don't ignore max token, because that particular parameter can be the difference between your app running to thousands of US dollars cost and just running a few hundreds of dollars, right? You want to ensure that for each response or input from users, right, you are maxing the number of tokens that your LLM app uses. You can see that sample code I got there. You take a PDF and you're analyzing everything, right? There's no max token. Your user can throw in 300 PDF at once, and your GPT integration is calling GPT AI app, and for one particular user, they are spending $100 for that particular user's response. That's not a good way to write a production-grade question. So you want to max the number of tokens that a user can use for any input to ask a question or even get a response. Then another thing you want to do is that you want to add in retry logic, right? If your system fails, let's say 10% of the time, right? With no retry logic, right, you will get only 90% uptime, right? But with retry logic, you can increase that your 90% uptime to almost 99.9%, because if 10% of the time your API fails, and there's a retry logic that tries when there is no response, you can change it from you can change your uptime from 90% to 99% by just adding a simple retry logic. So in the case that a user asks a question and doesn't get a response, you are able to retry it. Right? I added a sample code there. Then you need to set in guide rates. Right? Guide rate AI is there. You can use it to add guide rates. What are guide rates? Guide rates are basically adding, just like when you are walking, you need to add guide rates so that you don't fall. Basically, you are helping your LLM system stay on track. LLM can hallucinate a lot, right? A user can try to put in a PII, a personal identifiable information, maybe their car details, their medical history, and so on. Those details, you want to add in guide rates to ensure that your LLM is not revealing things that it shouldn't reveal, like toxicity, PII, or even hallucination. So also added the sample code there for us to be able to do that. And then, very important, we want to add structured outputs, right? Off-the-shelf, Pydantic support that. How many of us have used Pydantic before? Pydantic. Okay, most have not. So we can add in Pydantic, right? The Python library for validating outputs. We can add in Pydantic to validate our user, our LLM outputs. Then we also can do semantic catching, right? Two users ask a question, the questions are similar. So instead of calling the LLM afresh again to get a response, we can do semantic catching, right? What is the weather call this model, or you can call the other model. Or you can even return it to a human to respond to the users. So always create a fallback mechanism for your system to fall back to in the event of any form of error, timeout error, or maybe exceptions. And then we also want to do AI gateways, right? In enterprise, like let's say you are working for a big company, right? Some companies they don't want to call external APIs, right? They want to host their model in-house, right? We can create what we call an AI gateway such that we have a lot of models, like maybe you have OpenAI, you have Claude, you have Llama, you have Llama, and so on, right? An AI gateway is that, okay, for this question, for user queries, use this model, for code generation, use this model. So an AI gateway is like a house that you can use to ask a lot of AI models, right? With simple API call, you can route any request, user request to that AI gateway to make response. As you can see here. Modern enterprise application now rely on RAGs, right? RAG help us to call external, look at external data, right? Maybe customer query, question and answer data, right? You can use RAG architecture to enhance our LLM system, right? It's almost impossible for you to even build most applications now without relying on RAG architecture. Very great for your LLM application. Number three, another thing we want to do is that, like I said earlier, we want to add a human in the loop. We can't fully automate everything. For critical applications like AI for health, for legal, for some very sensitive customer queries, you want to route those kind of requests to a human. And then you want to do a lot of monitoring, right? You want to monitor the number of requests per minute. You want to monitor the number of tokens that your LLM system uses per hour to be sure that no user is using your system, it's bypassing your system, or there's an attack on your system. We want to also look at how much hallucination that our LLM application is. We want to check the hallucination rate, basically, to be sure that the response are up to quality. You also want to monitor latency, right? Monitor response time. You want to do the median. You want to do the 99 percentile. You want to just be sure that your users are getting response in no time. And of course, for safety, you want to check that our LLM app is not insulting customers. If you build a customer Q&A response, you want to be sure that when the LLM can answer a question, it doesn't start insulting or hallucinating or revealing your company IP, your intellectual properties. Then you also want to be able to check that you are taking care of all your API errors, right? Exceptions, and ensuring that you add rate limits. So based on the feedback from our monitoring, then do some iterations, right? Add guideways, right? So usually this will be between the engineering team and product and business executive. So based on the reviews from the engineering team, product and business, you want to take those feedback and improve your products, right? Improve the model you are using, improve your deployment strategies, your guideways, and so on, right? So, LLM tool landscape, right? There are so many arguments on tools you can use, but there are a bunch of them, right? I don't want to speak on these, but the guide I want to give is that when you are building your LLM system, what matter is user satisfaction and cost. If an open source AI model gives you a performance that is at par with GPT-4o, there's no need for you to pay for a GPT-4o when you can basically fine-tune an open source model and solve that problem, right? So cost consideration is very important. Ability for the model to solve your problem, also very important. So before you ship, final instruction. Number one, ensure that your prompts are in place, right? Ensure that your prompt versioning system is in place. You cannot ship an LLM app when you cannot properly version your prompts. So ensure that your prompts they are properly versioned. Also create evaluation frameworks to ensure that your app is properly evaluated for performance, for customer satisfaction, for business outcome monitoring, right? Ensure that whatever system you build is being monitored. Then also ensure that you are monitoring your costs. Cost is very important. Whether for enterprise or a startup, always set up cost alerting system to be sure that your system is not overgoing the budget. If your engineering budget is $1,000 per month, but as at fourth of the month you've already incurred $900, it then means that something is wrong. To mean that your token limit is not properly set, or a user is manipulating your prompt to their advantage. Add rate limits, right? You don't want users to call your app forever. You can't always trust users' inputs. That's one of the backend goals. Don't always trust the user inputs. Many people join your app for many reasons. Some come in to bypass, some come in for whatever. So add rate limits to your LLM APIs, your LLM app. Then also add retry logic. Software system, AI system are bound to fail at some point. So add retry logic. In the case that there's a failure, there's an exception raised or somewhere. So add retry logics. Be sure that your app is not adding toxicity and is all revealing PII, right? And then let there also be a fallback strategy, right? An LLM app that only has one AI model that is calling without a fallback system, whether a human or another model, is not good enough, right? There should be a fallback strategy that you adopt. And also, there should be a way, in the event that your LLM app is not your app or your API is not able to answer questions or respond to user, there should be a way that a human can then intervene. In conclusion, right, LLM operations is not the same as machine learning operations, right? Things have changed. So we need more reliable system to ensure that our application doesn't fail. We need new testing strategy because the system we are dealing with now is non-deterministic, right? Always take care of your costs. Ensure that you have a way to monitor your costs, right? You don't have to log into a dashboard to check. You can set up an alert system, maybe an email notification system that notify key stakeholders, maybe product or engineering team that, oh, our cost is now so and if the cost passes a certain threshold, you alert your concerned stakeholders. Then also, we also want to ensure that their fallback system, their guideways, and their humans to supervise or to fall back to the event that your LLM application fails. Then it's very important that you do continuous evaluation. Continuously monitor, evaluate your LLM system, understand industry trend, and you'll be fine. So there are a number of resources here you can consult, right? AI engineering is a very great book that you should read. Very solid book for understanding how AI system work, understanding evaluation, data engineering, and even scaling your AI applications. So, thank you for listening. I don't know if you have any questions. Any questions? can use human, right? But that's slow and it's expensive, right? Another thing you could do is that you could add an LLM as a judge, usually maybe a larger model or a model that perform at that task, right? To judge that this response that your app is giving is as close as possible to what the actual answer should be, right? So the key there is that you can have another LLM basically judge your user response. Okay. Okay. Oh, I get it. So basically, you can use another LLM to judge the response of an LLM, basically, right? You can. No, you. Okay. Yeah, you can keep costs low, even while you are still judging, you are still doing similarity, semantics similarity, right? One way you could do that is that if, let's say you build a sentiment analysis app, right? If the confidence of what your app predicts to be positive is below a particular threshold, then you could then pass it to another LLM to judge that is this answer correct before you pass it to the users, right? So you don't necessarily have to do semantic similarity for all your user responses. I don't know if you get. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. All at once. All at once. Okay. 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 I'll just, let's say you are trying to keep costs low, right? It's not compulsory that you call a paid foundation model for your fallback system, right? Instead of, you could have a system that primarily calls GPT. When the event that GPT fails rather, call an open source model that you have deployed yourself, or maybe you self-hosted, right? So it doesn't have to be another paid model. It could be an open source free model that also does well on that particular time, maybe summarization or Q&A. But it's just that it may not have the same performance. But that it's better your user have a response than you don't have a response at all. I don't know if you get it. It's better a user has a response that is not so correct than they don't have a response at all. Because that will make them go to try another app or another solution. So your fallback system doesn't have to pay. It could be open source and it could be self-hosted. Most of these companies are foreign companies, right? I think even cost negotiation comes when you are coming in as an enterprise. And for a startup, I don't know, I'm not sure, right? My best bet would be that for a startup that is coming, I don't think you should use the most recent model. If a smaller model gives you a good performance, why don't you try that? Why don't you even self-host the model, fine-tune it to your particular use case, maybe for summarization, for sentiment analysis, for customer Q&A. You could fine-tune an open source model. As you scale your business, then move to paid model. It's better. At LinguaSpan, right, there's a company I work for. We are not using a paid model, right? We fine-tune Whisper X for our own data. Like the last guy said, data collection is a very challenging task, right? Your challenge then will not be to collect the right data, get the right expertise to fine-tune that data. So what I'm trying to say is that you don't always have to use a paid model. You can always fine-tune. And there are a lot of open source models that people are putting effort to fine-tune, to make better by the day, and they are completely free. You can use those models, fine-tune it to your use case, and everybody is happy. Yeah.
You say that Git is not enough. Like, what's the alternative or improvement?
Okay, Git is not enough to version your prompt. Right? It's not enough to version your prompt. Git is Excel when you are versioning software artifacts like code, right? Very good, excellent. But when you start versioning prompts and you're having a prompt v1.py, prompt v2.py, that will not scale as your application grows, right? You need to look at other tools that you can use to version your prompt, and if possible, even deploy them independently of your software artifact, like your code, your Docker image, and so on. So that's really what I mean. Not like you can use Git for your software. Maybe you build a fast API that you use to expose your app, right? That's great. You can use Git to version that. But in terms of the prompts that your system is using, you don't want to rely solely on Git, right? You want to use other tools to properly version your prompt, and there are so many of them, open source, some are paid. That's what I mean. Okay, I use MLflow, right? MLflow has, you can use MLflow both to version ML experiment, traditional ML experiment, and you can also use it for version of prompts as well. So, any other questions? Okay. All right, then. Okay. On to the you have to
do all teams come together? Oh, precious. So, move quickly. Um, for those of us here, I hope we are going to be part of the sessions. So I just want to assume that we're not just staying here. So I would repeat, I would say it again. So if you want to be part of the Beyond Vibe coding session, this is going to be the how speaker I would be using, and scaling AI agents in production would be here. Those of us in the middle, you can, I know it's a bit difficult with the sound, but please pardon us. So please be part of what is happening on both sides. Thank you. And yes, so the links beneath each of the cards are the link to the Google Meet for both sessions. So while we await to speak, while we await Omogbai, please join the link. And then for those of us in Sheon session, please join. Thank you.
with our co-chair organizing committee. Please let's just take a quick photograph. Thank you. Mr. Amobai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them. That was a powerful one. This is just to know that AI is very powerful and AI continues to be part of our daily lives. So we're going to have a lightning talk right now. So it's okay if we can just move back to like our normal arrangement. We don't have to be in two parts anymore. So we can just move back to our normal seats or, come together and just all fill the seats in front of you, to make the whole look more organized. Especially those at the back there. Please just come forward. Let's just sit down, Yes, this is not a breakout session. Now we're back to our normal conversation. Okay, so we're going to be having the lightning talk right now by the African Tech Journal. Are they here? African Tech Journal. Please, can you put your hands together for them?
Everyone, good evening, or good afternoon, sorry. Hope you're having an amazing time learning about AI, the LLMs, and the agents, and how to scale them. All right, I am with African Tech Journal. My name is Sean Degbami. I am the co-founder and brand manager for African Tech Journal. So what does African Tech Journal do? We write stories. And what kind of stories do we write? We're writing stories about startup builders and innovators such as you. So if you're building something, you're innovating, we'd love to write about you and feature you. By February next year, we'll be launching officially, and you have the opportunity to pitch your product and your services on our webpage where users can also vote, and you can also get featured, and you can also get opportunity for investors and the likes to reach out to you. That will be in February. You have the opportunity to also do so. There'll also be other exciting things that we are planning to have on our platform. So, we are all builders here, or likely we want to build something, right? Maybe using AI, and you're looking for some sort of PR and publicity to do that. We are the right people to come to. So, thank you. So, one last thing before I go. I have some gifts for some people here. So, if you are using Glow, I don't know if you'll be able to win. If you're using Airtel, I'm not sure if you'll be able to win. Or if you're using MTN, possibly. If you're using 9Mobile, I don't know about that. But what we'll do is, I want us to bring out our phones out. You can bring out your phones. So we have a couple of gifts to give out. Let's bring out our phones. So we have... So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to call out the two platforms that we have. So we have an Instagram page and we have a Twitter page. So you can either choose to go to either the Twitter page or the Instagram page. And we're looking for the first 4 people to follow us on each of those pages, the first 4. So you get the gift pack from us or a tote bag from us. My name, okay, I'll call the name of the platform. Don't worry, X or Instagram. So are we ready? Are we ready? Doesn't look like we're all ready. All right, so for Instagram, just search for @African Tech Journal. if you're on Instagram, at African Tech Journal. Type it together, African Tech, T-E-C-A Journal, Journal, Journal. Then for Twitter, or X, as you know it, African, A-F-I-R-C-N. Then for Twitter, you go to at Afri, A-F-R-I-T-E-C-H-Journal, at Afri Tech Journal. Okay. All right, let me see who are our lucky winners. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Who is Marcos883? Are you here? Okay, thank you. Arinze, one of the organizers. Pelumi, or Pelumiz, P-E-L-U-M-E-E-Z. So I'll add one more, Israel Boluatife. That's Instagram. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Twitter. We'll make it 4. Sorry, the network here is a little...
Wait for that. Let's do like a very quick AI reality check. So, raise up your hands if AI has saved you on time. You needed something like, no. You just quickly went to maybe ChatGPT or Gemini or something. Raise up your hands if AI has saved you on time. Okay, raise up your hands if AI has confused you. Maybe you wanted to do something and then you asked it and did something else. Oh, interesting. Okay. Now clap if AI has done that to you on the same day or at the same time. Maybe it has confused you at the same time, it has helped you at the same time or on the same day. Yeah, that's just to tell you that AI is very powerful. You know, it will always be in our daily lives. Do not be afraid, right? But just always know how to use it smartly and intelligently. So yeah, that's why we're here. We'll just keep learning and keep learning. So just open your minds for this session and, get one or two things to take home with you. Please, can we put our hands together for Gloria, who is leading this panel session? Please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we hungry? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing today? Okay, don't worry. There's an AI agent generating our lunch outside. It will be coming to us very soon. Are we all excited to be here? You guys don't sound excited. Are you excited to be here? Okay. I don't know about you, but the breakout sessions that we've had so far has been very insightful, and I'm particularly looking forward to this panel session because we'll be discussing a very important aspect of AI products, and implementing AI. All right, so I'll be calling out our speakers today. And please, as they come outside, I want us to encourage them. I want us to give them, I know you guys didn't clap for me because you are hungry. But please, if you want them to answer your questions very well, I need you to clap as loud as you can as they come to the stage. Okay? All right, so for today, our first panelist today, I'll be calling on Esoe Iginoba. You guys are not clapping. You guys are not clapping. All right, okay, so I'll be reading her bio as she joins us on stage. So Esoe is the Director of Programs, Business Fronts. She's a strategic builder and venture operator with over 13 years of experience driving innovation, community. You guys are not clapping. I said 13 years of experience. Driving innovation, community, and scalable growth across Africa's startup ecosystem. She currently serves as venture partner at Venn Capital and director of programs at Business Front, where she leads the design and execution of high-impact programs, communities, and networks that support innovation and entrepreneurship. She's a seasoned founder and stadio operator. Well done, you guys. And she managed a portfolio of 12 startups, overseeing daily operations for 2 while steering the broader venture studio. Her expert spans across strategy, product development, go-to-market execution, startup operations. Okay, and yeah, she's here to share her wealth of experience with us today. Please, let's give her a round of applause. It's nice to meet you. All right. Okay, so our next panelist today is Olise Amaka Chiedu. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she joins us on stage? Olise Amaka. Okay, please, let's keep clapping. Amazing. All right, I'm just going to quickly go through her bio. She's a data and analytic leader with over 11 years of experience driving data engineering, business intelligence, and predictive analytics across high-growth organizations. She recently has led data architecture and engineering at Flutterwave, where she was responsible for the design and delivery of scalable data platforms that power insight, operational efficiency, and strategic business decision. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us today. Okay. All right. Our next speaker today, our next panelist, today is Bamidele Aloko. Bamidele Grain. Okay. So Bamidele is the head of product engineering Max. He's the head, he leads the end-to-end engineering strategy for multiple product lines across mobility, fintech, and energy solutions. Thank you, Bamidele. Thank you for joining us. Okay, that is all the speaker will be having today on our panel session, and that is. Do we have one more person coming on stage? Is the person available? Oh, great! Please pardon me. Temi Adelano. Is she around? Oh, great! Please double clap, please. Pardon me, so she will pardon me too for not calling out. Welcome. Please, let's keep clapping as she comes on stage. Apparently, because all right. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, all right. Okay. Pardon me, we couldn't read out your bio, Tammy, but yes, we look forward to your insights today. All right. So our topic for this panel session today is building and scaling with AI, velocity, strategic enablement, and governance. Okay? So most of the conversations we've been having has been how to build AI product, how to use this, how to code, how to collaborate with AI in building product. But there are key information when it comes to the product is ready, but how do we scale with it? How do we consider certain important business decision when it comes to deploying or even building AI before deployment, right? Okay, so my first question today would be, what is the single most critical non-functional requirement to manage technical debt while achieving AI scaling velocity? And I'll be directing this question to Olise, right? the most single critical non-functional requirements. Given your expertise when it comes to AI governance and certain things, AI strategy basically, we would like to know what is that, beyond the, this feature or that feature, what is that non-functional requirement that is important that every business should consider when it comes to scaling AI products? Is it working? Okay.
I would say strong data contracts and governance. At the end of the day, your AI model can only be as good as the data that you feed it. And if you're not able to define strong controls at the source, it kind of flows downstream into your AI models. So having that clear governance, working with the data owners, establishing data stewards who are going to govern the data. I think whether you're building AI models or even developing insights or dashboards or reports, data quality is very, very, very critical. At the end of the day, your model is only as good as data you feed it. So you don't want that. You don't want that model to expose the company to financial loss or regulatory exposure, because that is more costly by actually taking time to set up proper governance frameworks from the beginning. So those are very, very strong elements. Who owns the data? Who is responsible for making sure that there's clear lineage as your data flows from one system, from your schemas to your database to downstream models. So if something changes upstream, how is it being affecting your models downstream? So those are very, very important. Data contract, data ownership, data stewardship, strong governance frameworks, whether you're using your DMBOK or, so all those things have to be architected around your MLOps framework. So definitely data contract, data governance, controls, data quality, very, very much top of mind. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Olise Amaka. Okay, so just to buttress on what she has said about, she made this very important statement about your model is only as good as the quality of your data. And I'm going to be directing this question to Bamidele as an engineer in your experience in building products. How have you been able to navigate the challenge of data, especially within the African landscape? So you're building a model, you need access to data, quality and quantity. So how, in your experience engineering, and I see that you worked in various sectors, how have you been able to navigate this challenge of quality of data, quantity of data while building a model?
All right. Before you let data into your primary database, there are a lot of steps you need to take, which is all about cleaning up your data, right? For different type of businesses, right, the source of collection varies, right? I'll use an example for Max, right? Or let me not use Max, let me just say generally. It depends on the persona of the kind of people you deal with as a customer. So if you have maybe people who are not literate, for example, your data tends to be not much accurate, right? So you have to put a lot of governance before you end up saving it in your primary database. So for example, let's say you're doing a KYC verification for someone, and you ask somebody who's not too literate, what's your address, right? They'll just tell you, oh, behind Total Filling Station. When you want to analyze those kind of data, it gives you a lot of difficulty. So before you put that in your primary database, you have to ensure that, okay, let me run this through Google Maps, ensure that you're able to validate, or whoever is an agent speaking to them, you can pin the longitude, latitude, and ensure that at the end of the day, you are able to clean up this data and put the right information in your primary database.
Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Randy. Please, can we give them a round of applause for the answers? Okay. All right, so now my next question now is about global AI policies when it comes to translating it within the African landscape. And I'll be directing this question to SOE. Okay. All right. So basically, how can builders, people who are building AI products, how can they translate diverse AI policies into practical frameworks for African products, right? It's a case of you're building an African product for a global market, right? So how do you think that we can translate global AI policies suitable for African products that are being built within this landscape?
So I think that those policies exist to protect both the builders and the consumers and users of AI. And I think that beyond policies, I think that the governance globally and locally is still not where we need it to be. There's a lot of gray, and a lot of book creators and users of AI are caught in that gray. So for example, with AI music, right? Someone with a few clicks can make a clone of your artist or your artist's work and claim it's their own copyright, or clone your product, and there's no real protection against them. Do you understand that? So I think we're still in an evolving space, because you know how they say innovation and regulation, innovation has to go ahead and the regulation tries to catch up with innovation. So I think that globally and locally we're still in that space. But if you're trying to there are different type of AI companies. There are those who are creating their own models. They are creating their own data centers. They are writing their own programming languages, right? And then there are those who are leveraging global AI. They're embedding global AI onto their work, which, sometimes you can do that. But I think that you need to understand those policies. You need to work with your lawyers, work with your compliance people, understand it, so that you know that what you're building is aligned with it. And you don't end up, and then also be very big in terms of data protection and protecting your users, right? I think that's one of the biggest things that the policy tries to protect, in terms of how are you protecting the data of your users? Is it encrypted? How are you protecting your solution from not leading your users astray? We hear stories of someone use AI to commit suicide. What are the guardrails within your product to make sure that it's used for good and not for evil? So I would think that as a non-AI person, understand what those policies are. Speak to your lawyers, speak to your compliance people, speak to your board or your advisors, and try to make sure that what you're building it for humanity, which is how OpenAI kind of started. So there are two sides to it. They have the non-profit per se, and then they have the for-profit. Because truly the work you're doing as AI creators, AI producers, AI founders and engineers, you are literally creating the future. You are doing impact work. You're doing God's work. You're creating solutions that don't exist. You are creating processes that can compress time. What people would take a year to do before, if you wanted to write, let me use a very classic example. If you wanted to write a book as an author before, you had to sit down and write, not write, proper writing. There's the age of you typing on a typewriter. There's the age of writing on paper. Then there's the age of typing on a laptop. From your head, you wake up as an author, you come up with the ideas, or you go research. Today, in a few hours, you can write a book with a few well-guided prompts. Your manuscript will be ready. There's even AI that will edit it for you. It's called Grammarly.com. Just pay for the pro version. Once your AI has helped you to write it, you can use ChatGPT Pro to write. Pay for Grammarly Pro. Just upload your manuscripts. In a few minutes, your manuscripts will be ready for publishing. You carry it, you go to Amazon Kindle, upload, and allow people to self-publish. My brother, my sister, in 24 hours, you are an author. That's AI at work. 3 different platforms. That's AI at work. This is to take a year, 3 years. Authors will tell you they're going on, a break, 1 to 3 years before they can write a book. You can do it now in 24 hours. So there's so much good that can come out of it. But like my sister spoke about data stewards, right? Even as an AI creator, you need to be a good steward and have that level of accountability that there's a lot of power in my hands. There's a lot of creative ability. You are God, you're God's son or daughter. You have creative ability. So you now need to have that level of stewardship to say, how do I create something that can be used for good and not for evil? And how can I create guardrails to make sure that this product is impactful? Because if it gets to the point where your guardrails are not where they're supposed to be, your platform cannot last. If you don't have security on your platform, it's being used for, if the government will shut you down, you're not going to last. So yes, the global AI policy exists, yes, the local policy exists, but even you yourself need to create that governance to make sure that your product is used for good and not for evil.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very detailed response to that question. I would also like to get Olisa's input on that in terms of designing governance framework. More details as to the team to work with, setting frameworks, like global frameworks to adopt, to sort of like localize and unify it to create it for your company.
Okay. So in terms of governance frameworks, right, for AI, similar to what we have for data, I think a very popular framework, data governance framework, is DMBOK. That's the DAMA DMBOK. I think there's another one called, what's the name? I'm looking at it. Is it Vans? Let me just stick to DMBOK for the sake of, yeah. So I think that typically, data governance, definitely you have to partner with cross-functional teams. So take, for instance, let's say you're building for a fintech company or for a financial services company. You're going to be working with people in finance. You're going to be working with people in revenue ops. You're going to be working with people in operations, sales, all those people. You have to get their input because most of the time they are the data owners. So what do you define as revenue? What do you define as sales? What do you define as net profits? Those are things. Or what is it? Setting guardrails, like, what are transaction thresholds? Because at the end of the day, AI is here to stay, so we have to actually embrace it. So making sure that those data governance frameworks are rightly implemented is very important. Also, you have to adapt it for African context. We can't take all this GDPR and all this EU AI Act and just swallow it wholeheartedly. I know Rwanda, or is it Rwanda or is it Senegal, just set up their own AI framework. I think Nigeria also recently released theirs in October as well. But we have to adapt certain elements of all these global governance frameworks, but just adhering by basic principles like fairness, transparency, all those things. Because Africa is a very, very unique environment. It's very fragmented. We speak different languages. There's a lot of bias. What is happening in Nigeria is different from what is happening in Ethiopia to what is happening in Senegal. So all those different things create bias. So how do we make sure that we're actually deploying it responsible? So I've been reading about a lot of AI safety and responsible AI, because that's actually very, very important. Because if you swallow what at least most of the data, or 95% of data that we consume on ChatGPT, Gemini, and the rest was all developed by the global north, which is developed markets like Europe, America. So there's already bias. It's telling you how to make a casserole, or this foreign, when I'm going out to go on vacation. I'm just trying to allow my grandmother go to the ATM and say, because you may go, how much? To tell you how much you want to in Igbo, to tell you, okay, abo, ato, That is where AI is actually scaled and is actually being deployed equitably, and everybody has access to AI. But we'll eventually get there. But making sure that from the get-go, you're already thinking with governance in mind. There's automated data quality checks as the data is being ingested, like he mentioned. And all those things actually make sure that, okay, it is safe, what you're consuming is not hallucinating and all that. So I'll just stop at this point. But yeah, basically that's the gist.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's very important to keep in mind the landscape we operate in when it comes to adopting all of this framework. Thank you for that very detailed answer. My next question now is a very interesting question, because I know that some people here are either building products or they look forward to building products. And when you build a product, you're going to a VC to say, I have a product ready, give me your money. So I'll be directing this question to Tammy. right? And the question is, what specific AI-centric product metrics do VCs prioritize to validate the scalability and defensibility of startup technology? So when people come to you and say AI-powered products, how do you think, from a VC point of view, how do you think a VC would filter so many AI-powered products to say, okay, this particular product is actually solving a problem with AI, as opposed to just stamping the tag, we are AI-powered? Okay, do we have a mic, please?
Much. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Hi everyone, good afternoon. First of all, before I say what I want to say, I think that one of the things that the VC would look at is their thesis. You know, what is my thesis internally? We're investing in this kind of businesses that are either, for instance, on our own end, not necessarily AI driven, but AI enabled. So you can have like a regular business, but you have like an AI solution that makes the business easier. So I think that's the first thing you determine, right? But however, I'm going to have to come from a point of a venture studio, because I run a venture studio, and we don't just fund. We're co-builders with the startups from the very, very beginning. And some of the things that we'll look at is the operational effectiveness of this your AI solution. So how effective is this, is this AI thing that you say you have? I'm going to give an instance. Our pilot fund is focused on SMEs, fintech, and IoTs. Now, you don't really get to see the IoTs on the African continent, but we've been trying to hack it for some weeks now. Now, we've done a lot on the SME angle, and we've gone as little as we have a press here in Shomolu, and we also have like a regular food business. It's not regular, a very good food business, right? And so what we've done with that is we built some AIs. One, we have Binkpay.ai for our food brand that responds to all our customers. So I might be here and you want to order for food. The guys in chat see it at the back end, all the solutions, you guys know how it works. It's already embedded. So those are the kind of things we look at, and we try to ensure that we bake these things from the very beginning. So we're looking at that when you come to our studio and maybe you are one of our portfolio companies. We're trying to see how from the very beginning the AI, because now, and I'll go back to this, one of the major things we also look at is your AI essential, or you're just doing AI because everybody's doing AI? So those are some of the conversations we have, and some of these things they've talked about. I always call them the proprietary rules, which is based on your legal framework, your data framework, and every framework that your business should have. How solid is it? I might not have all the idea because I'm playing finance and I'm playing venture building, right? But I look at it from that aspect, looking at some of our very key players, reach out to the major people in the game and ask questions like, okay, look at this product. Is it scalable? Can we jump on it? Do you think that it will even solve the solution it's saying it will solve? Then beyond that, is it sustainable? Do you get? A VC will look at the moat, like MO80, like what's the defense around it? Like how protected is this product? Do you own all the rights? Or in another 2 days, if OpenAI goes down, because recently, I think 2 weeks ago, OpenAI was down. Yeah. And everybody that built on OpenAI's APIs was also experiencing a downtime. So those are some of the things we look at. Or that if you are there, how do we control in those times? What do we, how innovative can we still be, even with the fact that AI has made the work easy for us? So those are some of the things that, we consider and we look at before we now say, okay, we're going to throw in a particular amount of cash, or that we now say, okay, we're going to go in stages. So at this level, let's throw a 20K and see what you can use a 20K to do. When we get to that level, then we go again and say, okay, now you're ready for your 200K. Or that we look at it and say, this thing you have built is not solid. Let's refine it and see how we can do. So for us, it's beyond just looking at the AI metrics and throwing the money in because it looks good. We look at it well, down to every nook and cranny of what you are building, then see that, okay, we can work with you, throw some money in it, and scale and help you be sustainable. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just to give everyone perspective on Tammy's response and why I asked her that question, I'm going to go over her bio so that we understand where she's coming from. She's a general partner and founder of Herlin. She leads venture studio, like she already said, and wellness garden dedicated to nurturing and grooming next gen female builders, right? So she's, through our company, she's shaping the future of work by fostering exceptional venture creation and promoting a thriving economy. So basically, she works within the venture space with mostly female founders, and that is why I asked that question. One of our panelists also works in the venture space, and I'll be throwing the question to you, SOA. She also works in the venture space. So I want to hear your input on that, what VC is looking
So I
to.
would say that because I think you have companies that are really AI startups, and forgive me for what I'm about to say, you have AI-enabled startups, right? So they claim to be AI startups, but they're just enabled by AI, embedded AI, right? They did not build it, they just, attached it to it. And because they're trying to use it to boost their ability to raise or ability to attract, VCs or any kind of attention they're looking for, right? They even changed their websites to xyz.ai, of which that AI, I was one told recently that AI is not really AI. It's one country's, the way you have .ng.uk. So it's actually like a country code or country domain. God bless you, my sister. So that AI is country domain, that we now made it popular. We now changed it to artificial intelligence, right? So, yeah. So I would say that VCs look for proprietary technology. So their dream team is you are an AI engineer, you're data engineer, very strong background in tech, 1 or 2 founders. 2 is a sweet spot, but even 1 is fine. So you have a core engineering background, not just engineering, you have a core AI engineering background, right? You've built it either in another startup before, you built it in a company, probably a growth stage company. So if you've worked in either a developed market, like the US, or in a local market but in a larger company where you were a big part of what they were doing in the company in data and AI. And then you left that to then build out your own AI solution. So you are building what is called a product first or product-led startup. So it's very heavy. The product is what is pushing it. Like it's a heavy technical product. So VCs are very interested in things like that. But sadly, at the same time, they're also interested in commercial. So it's a chicken and egg situation. So yes, they really want to back a proprietary technology, but they really want to back a proprietary technology that is already commercial, which is just very interesting. So you have to find a way to find that math. So you could have a fantastic technology, and they're like, so talk to me about your traction. What have you done? How many users? How many paid users? How much have you made? And maybe you have users, but maybe you have a few users, or maybe you are those kinds of founders that you're like the Sam Altman, I'm building for humanity. I just want people to have access to it. My vision, like Bill Gates would say, my vision was to have every home have a personal PC. That was vision. So they're like, fantastic. So how much have we made from this? So it's a chicken and egg situation. So they want it to be proprietary technology, but they also want it to be something that is commercial, something that there's a version of what you're building as AI that layman can use. So it doesn't even have to be the entire solution. Like, do you know that the solution that's people use worldwide in ChatGPT is a very simple call and response. Call and response, you type a prompt, it responds. That's like 0.001% of what ChatGPT can do. But that's what most users are using it for. So I think that when you are a very technical person, and most of the people here who are building for AI are very technical people, you build a very complex solution, and your brain, you are building for the geniuses that exist. Like you people are just like 1% in the entire world. The rest of us humans don't need all that complicated solution. What we need are a few clicks. That's all we need. Anything more than a few clicks is too deep for us. We will not use the platform. So while you're building a deep, complicated solution, you need to find a very simple version of that solves a tiny problem that a subsection of people are very interested in using, and they will use it in their numbers. And so you push that one. It can be AI for photo and video manipulation. People like that a lot for social media use. You know, text to speech. Trust me, it doesn't even have. So that's the problem when you're too brilliant. You want to do something special and innovative. It can be simple, just a tweaking of existing models. So the amazing thing about AI is that it's getting into the maturity space. So what that means is that you can point to a few global and local AI models that have worked, the commercial ones that have worked. So you can look at the ones that have worked commercially and say, okay, I can build a better solution than this, but I like how they've done their commercials. I will do something similar because let me capture that audience that have already been educated. Because you don't have the budget and the time for user education. User education is when you train your audience to understand the value of what you are building and why they should buy and what they should use. So when someone else has done all that homework, someone has done paid school fees, you just come and capture that market. Right? So if you're able to build a proprietary technology and find a miraculous way to get people to pay for it, that's like step 1 of 1. The next thing that you want to do is 2 things at the same time. You want to find credible backers. Your first backers have to be credible. Are we recording this? Okay, so I'll say the political version of this. So your first backers have to be credible. What I mean by that is that the VCs, individual or company or corporate VCs that back you have to be winners. They have to be people that have backed SpaceTac, backed MoneyPoint, backed Waterwave. Like people should trust them because of the results they've gotten from their previous portfolios. When popular VCs back you, those are the ones that will take time because they will vet you and all. But if you're able to get, not even a lot of them, between 1 and 3, get 1 to 3 of them to back you. That's all they work on. When you are now raising again, you just say, backed by XYZ company, backed by XYZ company, backed by XYZ company. Most of the people that want to now give you money, they will not do as much due diligence because these people have backed you. They must have done all the work already. That means you are backable. It means that so what those guys have done is they've de-risked the investment for the rest of them. So they now want to give you money because these credible people have more or less said, this is a good business, this is going to be the next unicorn in Africa. Join us now. So they will not want to join. So typically, there's a lot of time we do follow the leader, right? Follow the leader in VC. Let me just tell you the truth. So having those people back you early, it's a signal to the ecosystem. It makes it easier for you to raise. And then I think something that you guys also need to do is leave Nigeria. Get international media to cover you. Get international investors to back you. So if you're building a really, really good AI solution, save money, buy tickets, go to a Kenya regional conference. So America is fine. This Trump is. So let me just take everything I was saying and just focus on what I'm told to say, right? You will not get US visa, forget it. So just do Kenya, do South Africa. South Africa may also not give you because those ones they have problem. But Kenya and South Africa, there are a lot of regional international conferences that you meet a lot of investors and external founders. So once you have international media or international VC backing you, local guys will run you and beg you with their money. Right, so it's really about, you have to have a really fantastic proprietary technology that's like really is one of one, and you have early traction. Whether the early traction is free users or paid users, it's early traction and it works. The output of what your AI is supposed to do it works, right? You can't be the best kept secret. Do external work, get media, get local investors who are credible, get international investors who are credible, right? As you then do that, you will then become mainstream and more people want to back you. But again, it's hard work, and to build this kind of solution, you need very, very deep pockets, because building a solution like this costs a lot of money. But if you can find a way to survive before that first check, you'll probably be the next Altman.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, just to quickly speed up on the couple of questions that we have, I'll be directing the next question to Bamidele, and it's really about engineering and building products. So we've already established that data is important while building a product, right? So what is the single shift in engineering and governance that your team has adopted to enforce quality and prevent bad data from reaching the production stage?
Yeah, there's something they call trust but verify when you're using AI. So for AI, it's not just about prompting and say, I want you to build this, and then you leave your system, leave the agent to, implement the code. No, so for software engineering, right, there are technical governance that you also need to put in place so that your models don't go beyond certain boundaries. So it's called constitutions, right? You put constitutions for your in your system, right? So that we hear of things like hallucination and stuff like that. And something commonly said now is most companies are tending towards seniors because they are the ones that can orchestrate and verify whatever AI generates for you, So, but one thing that is very important is that you need to be able to verify and vet whatever AI generates for you before you allow it into your production, right? It's very key. And one thing also is to do is AI is also in the QA aspect, right? Before you go to production, AI can help you vet what the code you generated, against processes, right? If you have defined your processes, let's say for onboarding your customers, and then it checks it against the code that's been generated, are they in line, So things like that, your automated QA with AI, ensuring that you clean up your data before it goes to your primary database, all of that will help you ensure that that confidence and trust, in the organization.
All right, thank you very much, Bamidele. Thank you. Okay, so I have a very interesting question still related to building a product around AI. We understand that foundational models are becoming cheaper and faster, right? And they're even becoming more capable. For instance, ChatGPT now, you see that you can order food from ChatGPT, which is a very interesting feature that order for things online rather from ChatGPT, which is a very interesting feature because it has moved beyond just giving answers to questions and now saying, okay, you can buy this via this platform. And then it now begs the question, which I would like Tammy to answer, right? It begs the question about building products and features that most startups are now adding and saying, oh, our products can do this, our products can do that. The features that startups are building today might be released by OpenAI tomorrow as an update, right? So when a founder pitches a product that sounds like a real pain point, they're actually really trying to solve a problem, but they rely 100% on external APIs and are betting on are you going to bet on their execution speed? Or do you fundamentally believe the application layer will create more value than the model layer? So are you going to say, okay, based on how fast you're going to deploy and go into the market, or will you consider other critical factors before you consider the products?
Okay, side by side actually, right? I think that one of the things that I look at is the context of our own region, and that is the African audience, right? I think most times I don't know who talked about, okay, it was Oli said, I talked about how you want to check for things on ChatGPT and it's showing you Caribbean soup. and you just want something simple, you know. So, but what I'm trying to say in terms of the African context or data context is that our data here is absolutely different from the data there, right? And so I'm not really concerned about what they are building on. And I think I mentioned this earlier. I'm concerned about the intentionality of the product in itself and how well it can scale and survive, which still takes me to the previous response. And I think one of the things we need to look at is, because of the resources we have here, how many people can afford to really build from the scratch and scale at the level at which some people have already done? So these are some of the things you must consider. So while you're looking at those other proprietary things that I mentioned at the beginning, beyond not just technology, like Quinn said, like everything, all the frameworks, I would also look at the product and see how beneficial is this and how fast can we push this to ensure that we don't lose out, right? So I don't have any idea of exact examples, but imagine someone else building a similar ChatGPT here in Nigeria for a community, a rural community somewhere that probably has never even heard of ChatGPT, but that will help them scale, or that would do well and help the product scale. I want to push that because I'm not looking at the framework based on AI just generally. I'm looking at framework from the context of proper data that I have access to in my own environment as an African and as an investor and a builder also. So I think those are some of the things that you look at, just beyond the money in itself. Yes, all of us want money. That's the end game. Especially if you are collected money from some very interesting LPs, DFIs, and all those kind of people. They want their money back. And I'll still go back to the fact that it also has to still align with, you know, your thesis, their thesis, what you took to them. And I think that this is where the game is now changing for the African market. You're now seeing people raising money, but insisting that it must work the way we must put in the money for the African market, not based off of what you guys want the money to do. Because that's why we don't have so many great startups per se. Because there are so many expectations that are not aligned with what we have as a community, or what, yes, and those are the things to consider. And I think I wrote it down when I was doing my research. The community itself, the environment in itself, the finance, the way the AI will produce results. Is it like OpenAI? I pay monthly. I think it's 3,580 or something. I can't remember. All these things I would pay monthly because I understand the need for it. There's some AI products that I don't need to. How do I say? The way the money will come in is because, like for instance, let me give this example. The one we use for Diba meals, it's directly on WhatsApp, right? But I have to pay. How do I say? I have to pay like entirely for a whole year or per month as I wish to make it, to get for those that are also using it, because we now made the product available for other users. Now I built it in a way that, yes, we built it in a way that the African audience also embraces it as much as the people in the UK that are also using the product. It's not the same way it works for all of us at the end of the day. And so those are one of the things I've started to understand since I started really building this kind of products, is that you have to really be data-centric. You have to really be community-centric. And I'll still emphasize on the fact that you have to also look at the way money is made in certain environments. And that will take me to the last point of, I think I must have said this, I must have written this. Now, you want to buy stuff online, right? Or how do I ask this? I don't want to confuse people. Okay, so a woman in Balogun Market, and you want her to use AI to maybe that helps her register her banking and do all of those things. What's the best way to make it work for her? If you give her a phone or give her an app, do you think she'll be able to use it? So what do you deploy in that case? You probably will have to deploy like agency banking that leverages the AI for her, because you know that this woman can as well pay you, but she cannot pay you the way the regular AI product, like if you give it to her, I don't know if you get what I'm saying, if you give it to her on a norm, will work for, because she doesn't know how to use technology in that sense. But actually, technology is useful for her. So I deploy a product based off the AI that can make me make money off people like that. So at the end of the day, I'm making my money every day. If I don't think about the environment and I'm like, if we deploy regular ChatGPT to this woman, it will not sell. So you have to think of how we will work for different interfaces, different people, and think of how you make your money at the end of the day. So I think that's how I would look at it. So it's not really about the autonomy in that sense of, build off. It's not about building off OpenAI. It's not about building off any other AI-centric product. It's looking at all this data that will make it work for us at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to jump on that.
Okay, briefly.
Yes. I think that's the importance in all these AI conversations that we actually realize that AI is an enabler. It's a technology enabler. AI is not the solution that you are building. Except if you are trying to build a foundational LLM, which most people are not trying to do, right? AI is not the solution, it's an enabler. So the problem is, what problem are you solving with AI? What problem are you solving with AI? And then think through it like a business person. How can I solve this problem, in what community, and how can, the environment, and how can I make money from it?
All right, thank you very much. All right, so our last, okay, briefly.
I just wanted to say that I think she helped me say what I wanted to say in 2 seconds. So I think that's what I was trying to explain, the fact that it's to help you drive whatever you are building. So I will just end with this. AI should not necessarily be the first thought, like I want to build an AI product. I know Queen has said that you can easily carry money from investors like that. But even with your local product that you are building, you are thinking of how AI can drive things and help you and make life easy at the end of the day. And I think even at that, if you come to like a venture studio more, you will scale faster than when you are trying to build. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say your AI product will not scale. Please don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying that you will scale faster because you are able to look at you're able to look at all those things that I had laid out faster. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so just one more question and then we'll wrap up this panel session. And I would like Olise and Bamidele to take it from their different perspective, from the data policy and reasonable use of data perspective and from the engineering perspective. So the question is, we all know that AI is there to automate process and take the workload off human, but where do we draw the line when it comes to autonomy when you're building an AI product, especially when you consider different, Olise, from a financial fintech perspective, you can share your perspective on that. Where do we draw the autonomy line when it comes to AI products building and usage generally?
I have to think deeply about it, if I'm being honest. Autonomy for AI. Can we really allow autonomy in the financial space? I think maybe yes, but to take time, but with strong controls in place. Especially when you're looking at, because finance is very, very sensitive. It's a highly regulated environment. You're also dealing with people's livelihoods. So I think it's something that can be released in like a phased approach. And also there has to be like high auditability in real time to see, okay, what's going on, what elements are being called and all that. So I'll give an example of what autonomy will look like for me in the future if we really have to go that route. Maybe for an example, you're trying to, similar to what you have for credit scoring systems and like fraud detection systems. So probably setting like thresholds for transactions. So you're trying to redraw an anomaly. You have a persona who is Basirat. Basirat earns X amount in the particular range, maybe say 20,000. And typically every month, let's say by the end of March, she's redrawing 5,000. And then maybe you start getting like amount above this threshold, or you're getting like maybe weird requests about adding beneficiaries to the account. So maybe those are those features that we can just fine tune and say, okay, when you see certain elements, just like coding or programming, do X, Y, Z, behave like this, maybe trigger this particular action, or you maybe tell Basirat, oh, Basirat, I'd like you to withdraw your money, but please can you give me a second to verify this? And it's probably talking to another agent or talking to another API that is maybe doing some kind of checks in the background, and a customer service agent or a compliance agent is reviewing that transaction. So I think that's what autonomy looks like, if I have to take a stab at it from a financial services lens. But full autonomy, are we ready for it? I think also it just has to be heavily regulated, and maybe we can have that some kind of insurance policy. For instance, that just came to my mind. So maybe it has to be heavily insured, like how we have NDIC for bank theft. That's okay. If this bank collapses, you take your money. So maybe heavily insurance as well, and strong partnerships across like insurance, compliance, framework, engineering, and that is what autonomy will look like for me if I take a stab at it from a financial services space. But I think autonomy can thrive in like low risk use cases. Maybe like knowledge bots, for instance. You're trying to learn, like edtech, you're trying to learn, and you've already like, have like your knowledge base, and you can just say, oh, ask question, oh, give me, you're doing like a research paper, and you're saying, okay, give me what's the average cost of this in Senegal, and it's giving you that. You can also fire the go, like how we're doing right now with ChatG, as autonomy to a large extent. But when you're talking about finance, healthcare, all those kind of things, is very, very sensitive, and it has to probably be phased out, and controls have to be put in place so that it doesn't lead to something catastrophic, like maybe financial laws, regulatory exposure, and all those bad things we don't want to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Bamdele, from your own experience.
Oh yeah, so from engineering point of view, AI can accelerate anything, even your garbage, right? So if your system is full of tech debt, for example, it's going to accelerate them, right? So you have to, in as much as it's speeding up your productivity, you need to put some brakes, right? So like you mentioned, for example, if you're building like payments, you don't want AI to make payments for you, right? Or when it comes to data deletion, you want to put a break there. You don't want AI to make decision to delete your data. Or when it comes to legal actions as well, you don't want AI to make such decisions. So those areas that you know that human intervention needs to come in, right? You ensure that, okay, you put those boundaries around there, right? So like I also said, whatever is in your system is what AI will ride on. So you need absolute clarity, right? You need to be able to give AI clarity on what it does, right? So if you don't have that clarity in your system, well organized, don't introduce AI.
All right, thank you very much. Please, can we give our panelists a round of applause? Please, guys, thank you so much for a very insightful session. It was great learning from your experience, and thank you for taking our time to answer all our questions. All right, I think we'll be having a group photo before we leave the stage. Okay. You guys can clap for us as we take our pictures now. Okay, so the team would, the team, are we not taking pictures with the team? Oh, you haven't taken yet? Okay. Thank you. So we still have more.
Sorry, please, can we have the organizing committees join them? Sorry, please hold on. Just one more quick shot. Thank you.
All right, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Are we tired? Huh? I'm hearing no and yes. Which one, yes or no? Oh, okay. I was about to say we should do some body exercises. Should we do it? I'm hearing yes and no again. Which one, no or yes? Okay, now for the sake of those who said no. Yes. No. All right, so we'll do one small light exercise. We're not going to jump up, don't worry. So there's this nursery rhyme that I used to sing, or I was taught when I was nursery. All right, so it involves all clapping our hands. So if I sing it, will you people form my hand? I don't trust you people. I don't trust you people. All right, so don't worry. We actually go towards the climax of today's event. I know we are all tired, but trust me, what we've seen so far, especially when it comes to AI engineering, building AI solutions for Africa, what we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, so I know we are tired, but I want us to still gear up. Very soon we'll be having the demo day for those who participated in the competition. So please start gearing up with your team members. Put your slides together. All right. So before that, can we have the TGF Integrated Services? They are our legal partners. Can we have them up stage to come talk to us? Are they around? TGF Integrated Services, are they around? Okay, all right, so we'll have them later on. So while we are setting up for the AI demo day, let's have Sam Hierguam come, introduce us to our judges and the team members. I think right now you should be prepared, all right, to come present to us. Sam. Oh, okay, so we have TGF here. All right, let's give a round of applause to...
Thank you so much. If you'd indulge me, I would like for us to give a round of applause to all the panelists that were here. I mean, they already said most of what I'm about to say to you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iwon Solomon Etuk. I'm a lawyer, partner at TGF Integrated Services. And TGF, thank you. TGF Integrated Services happens to be the legal partners for today's event. I'll start with this. Every innovation happening in this room becomes meaningless the moment it meets the real world without the necessary legal and regulatory foundations strong enough to hold it. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you briefly, just for 10 minutes, about building trustworthy AI systems from the legal perspective. As legal partner for this year's Synopsis conference, our role is not only to support the event organizers, but to help shape the legal, regulatory, and governance expectations for the systems that you build. My discussion with you is about the frameworks that turn advanced AI systems into trustworthy AI systems, one that is making sure that it's deployable, defensible, and globally compliant. Why does this matter, you might ask? AI has shifted from just interesting technology. It is now critical infrastructure. We've seen finance institutions make use of it. Health and mobility systems rely heavily on it. Enterprises, companies have begun to automate core decisions through AI. Real estate, logistics, insurance, HR, and legal workflow are quickly following suit. Because of that, one thing is now very evident. AI is here to stay, and it is now heavily regulated. This is actually evidenced in the fact that governments across the world are drafting AI laws at record speed, apparently to catch up with the explosive development taking place in that space. Enterprise clients are demanding verifiable safety and responsible deployment. Investors are now looking beyond performance. They want defensibility. So it's safe to say that your engineering decisions now have legal, financial, and actually geopolitical consequences. So today, I would like for us to consider some of the possible loopholes or legal risk that AI engineers may face just before deploying your systems or models. First, I would like to talk about is data legality and training rights. I think I have just a few minutes more to go. A lot of AI systems are trained on data that engineers assume they have the right to use. But assumption is not a defense. So, what you might consider as an AI engineer are things like your data source, the ownership, the consent, the license, and jurisdiction. How does this interpret into your daily affairs? Where do you source your data from? Who owns such data? Do you have the required consent to use the data? If the data is one that you require license to make use of, has such license been procured? In what locality or country are you operating from? What are the prevalent laws in that jurisdiction or country that can, in one way or the other, affect your models? If there is any break in this chain, or if you cannot answer succinctly any of the questions that arise, definitely you would be exposing yourself to serious, grave legal liability. If you cannot trace the legality of your data, the entire model becomes vulnerable. So how can we handle the issue of data legality and training rights? I believe the best approach is to have transparent data lineage. I think one of the panelists made mention of transparent data lineage. And it ties into what I'm about to say. You must be able to document your data pipeline, the source, the attached rights, the cleaning process, and your transformation goal. Some people might see this as bureaucracy, but I implore you today to take it as not bureaucracy. This is just a way of you arming yourself legally. The second area where possible risk or loophole may arise is in the area of privacy, inference, and user rights. Privacy, inference, and user rights. What does this mean? I mean, most of us in this room would understand what the concept of privacy means, but what does inference mean in relation to user rights? Inference is when someone can, figure out personal things about you without you ever saying it. It is made up of those hidden conclusions people draw from your data, the things you didn't say, but your behavior quietly reveals them. Things like your location data, comments, or even likes on social media. You can all agree with me that each of these data in itself is harmless. But however, it can be combined and analyzed to reveal personal attributes about a person, such as the health conditions. AI system these days, can infer certain data in terms of your likes, your comments, your retweets on Twitter, and can draw certain conclusions about an individual pertaining to maybe your health conditions, your political or religious beliefs, or even your location and movement patterns. This can lead to actual harm to people in the real world. Basically, AI do and actually does infer sensitive information the user never provided, which is globally becoming a major violation. Under regulations such as the European Union's General Data Protection, GDPR, the California Consumer Privacy Act, key user rights have been established. I'm just going to be mentioning a few because I'm pressed for time. Rights such as the right to be informed, right to know, right of access, right to erasure, right to be forgotten, right to object or to opt out. So, best practices like privacy by design, anonymization, and user consent frameworks are no longer optional. They are now legal necessities. Moving on, the third area of risk that we might want to consider is in the area of intellectual property leakage. AI model sometimes reproduces or produces copyrighted code or text. This raises questions of authorship, ownership, and responsibility. If your system outputs something that it should not, you as developers cannot say, the model did it, the system did it. Because guess what? The regulators will reply, your company did it. So engineers, or as engineers, you must always assume that every output may become an intellectual property dispute in the future, but you must nonetheless carry out comprehensive IP audits on your models or systems. This brings me to another area of risk consideration: safety, explainability, and auditability. I'm still talking about AI. How safe are your AI systems? Can it be succinctly explained? Around the world, regulators are asking the same thing. If you cannot explain it, you cannot defend it. So you must be able to provide your audit logs. Your version control must be monitored. Your risk registers must be updated as fresh risks arise. These practices are becoming mandatory for enterprise deployment, and they protect you as engineers as well as the organizations that you work for. After all is said and done, I know you might be asking, how can we as engineers build legally defensible AI? I think the first point of call is to have your governing right in place. You have to make sure that your failure mode mapping is in place. You must be able to identify the system that can cause harm before deployment, before such harm occurs. Deliberately test each model or novel systems and match out each failure mode to a point of clear mitigation. You must make sure that there is human oversight in high-risk domains. Again, I think one of the panelists made mention of this. Areas like finance, healthcare, real estate law, these are not areas for fully autonomous systems. A natural human must sit in the loop of things, especially as it relates to high-impact decisions. There must be strict compliance with global standards. Compliance now is part of engineering, and it is basically how you future-proof your work. Some of the compliance you might want to have consideration to are the ISO AI standards, the OECD principles. OECD stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the EU AI data regulations. Your data, Nigeria's Data Protection Act for engineers, basically building for the Nigerian market, and then other sector-specific regulations. What does AI deployment in Africa look like? Most of us in this room were Africans, and we are building primarily for Africa, even though we use Africa as a launchpad to the global market. As a legal partner for this, I must emphasize that AI in Africa faces unique realities that Western trained models do not quite recognize. We have a structured, largely unstructured and inconsistent data environment, infrastructural gaps, regulatory inconsistencies. Our markets are widely informal, as you know, language and cultural diversity, and consumers having a comparatively low digital trust. So here is the guiding principle when operating in a place like Africa. Your AI must be built for where it will live, not for where it was trained. Engineering that ignores context creates risk, but engineering that understands context creates opportunities. I would end with this. Powerful AI can impress people, but trustworthy AI changes industries. The next 10 years will be defined by the teams who combine technical brilliance with legal awareness, innovation with responsibility, speed with clarity. And as legal partners for Synopsis 2025, our commitment is to help you build systems that will not just be cutting edge, but cutting responsibly. So build boldly, build safely, and build with the understanding that law and engineering now work forward together. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. That was a really, really good one. So much to learn about legal processes using artificial intelligence and all that. Right? Please, once again, put your hands together for our legal partner. All right. Up next, so we're going to be having a project showcase. We have amazing persons, amazing individuals from our AI Summer of Code program 2.0 who have worked thoroughly in the last couple of weeks, right? They've been able to put some things together, some amazing things together. And it's that time where we want to hear them present and showcase the amazing products that they've put together. Right. Before we call on them, I'm going to bring to the front row our esteemed judges in the person of Okoyemi Fabi. I'm just going to read his profile a little bit. Now, Okoyemi is a community builder and experienced data professional. He currently leads the data engineering team as an analytics manager with Data Culture, a data consulting firm that is based in... thank you, boss. Thank you. So Okoyemi is an analytics manager with Data Culture, a data consulting firm that is based in the United States of America, where he works as a technical lead for clients for data initiatives and data stack implementation. Now, Okoyemi has had the opportunity to consult for different industries that cut across finance, CPG, e-commerce, pet insurance, health tech, SaaS, and helping them drive their analytics initiatives in their data maturity journey. Now, before he worked at Data Culture, he was previously the lead analytics engineer at Wise, where he helped build the entire data infrastructure to drive better insights into key aspects of the businesses. He has also had the opportunity to work as a data analytics consultant with one of the largest professional servicing firm, a company called Deloitte, where he helped clients in their data maturity journey. Outside of work, Okoyemi is a passionate community builder. He founded one of Nigeria's most vibrant community in Nigeria, which is the Young Data Professionals, and they are currently here today, right? He also founded and currently leads the data tribe known as Young Data Professional that comprises smart, young, and energetic data lovers across different levels of expertise. Okoyemi is a 2 times DBT Lab Community Award winner for his exceptional leadership and community impact. He was nominated and selected with other 9 individuals amidst over 100,000 members in the community across the globe. As fun Okoyemi loves cycling and watching movies, he also loves traveling to explore the world. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for Okoyemi Fabi. Thank you.
Now we also have another amazing person, Temi Adelano. Hello, Temi. Please make your way to the front row. Now, as general partner and founder of Haline, Temi leads a venture studio and wellness garden that is dedicated to nurturing and grooming the next-gen female builders. Haline is shaping the future of work by fostering exceptional venture creation and promoting a thriving economy, directly enabling access to crucial funding alongside wellness and professional development. Its core pillars are impact, education, and funding. Now, because she has seen firsthand how these elements unlock incredible potential and drive ROI, her drive is to bring visions to life. She thrives on translating ideas into tangible products and impact legacies that resonate with various generations and the market at large. Hello, Temi. Please make your way to the front row. Okay? All right. So I'll just go over to the next judge. Now, also, we have in person of Vangelis Oden, who is also going to be part of the judges. Hello, Vangelis. All right, awesome. So I can see Vangelis. Now, Vangelis Oden is the VP of Engineering at Kera Health Platforms, where he leads the development of large-scale engineering and AI systems for healthcare, insurance, and enterprise solutions. With over a decade of experience spanning AI strategy, data science, and machine learning engineering, and platform architecture, he has built high-performing teams that deliver impactful AI products across Africa. His work centers on transforming complex real-world challenges into practical, scalable AI solutions. Beyond product development, Vangelis is committed to talent development and ecosystem building through capacity building programs, industry collaborations, and thought leadership across the African continent. He regularly speaks on AI's future, engineering leadership, and how emerging technologies can accelerate innovation in developing markets. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Vangelis Oden as he makes his way to the front row. All right. So that being said, we can move on with the demo session. Now, in the last couple of weeks, we've had participants from the AI Summer of Code work on amazing projects. We had over 20 teams involving multiple persons, right? And they've worked on a lot of projects to be able to help solve problems in Africa. Now, some of the teams that we have, they've been able to go through rigorous scrutiny, right? Let me put it that way. They've gone through rigorous scrutiny, and we've made sure that we have the 5 amazing teams who are going to be showcasing their work today. We have Team Zero Trust, IntelliMedic, Market Sense, Secure Pay, and Market Minds AI, who are going to be showcasing their work today. Okay, so I'm going to start off with calling Market Minds AI. Team Market Minds AI, please make your way to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Silas. I'm representing Market Minds AI. Our product is an AI-powered platform for financial market intelligence. Please, I'll need the slides.
Okay, so just to clarify, right? Now for the demo session, they will be presenting their work and showing you the solutions that they have worked on to solve some of Africa's biggest problems, right? Now we have our esteemed judges here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Temi. Now we have our judges here who are going to be grading them based on certain things. Now some of the rubrics that will be used for rating the solutions that they have built would be based on their real-world impact. How well does the solution solve actual real-world problems, right? Now, we're also going to be grading them based on innovation and creativity. What was the level of innovation, thinking outside of the box, that was applied to solving that particular problem? Now, we're also going to be grading them based on user experience. How well can the users be able to utilize that particular solution? We're also going to grade them based on pitch quality. How well are they performing here, showcasing their projects to you? Now, also going to look at feasibility and technical implementation, which is a very key part of their work. So I'll hand it over to them right now, and then the judges will do justice to that. Thank you.
Sorry, we are still waiting for the slides. So I thought I did that already. Okay, my name is Silas. I'm representing Market Minds AI. We built an AI-powered platform that helps the financial market intelligence. Basically, what this app does is to turn complex financial market data into clear, personalized investment decisions. And this is not a clone of your traditional advisory system. This is to help users make, to enhance their decision in what stock or commodity to invest in, and to also rationalize their allocation of funds. So I'll just wait for the slides, so I'll begin. Resource. So what this does is to, in terms of investment, is to optimize your portfolio and to reduce risk assessment, basically. Market Minds AI.
So sorry, everyone. So there seems to be an issue with the file, so it's unable to display on the screen. So we'll try to get that sorted, right? In the meantime, Market Sense AI, can you please come up to the stage? Market Sense AI. All right, please put your hands together for them.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So this is the Market Sense AI team. And as you can see, from chaos to clarity, and we shall explain what that means. Next slide, please. Okay, so the project that we worked on, Market Sense AI, is to help crypto investors. You are a crypto investor, you want to invest in a particular crypto coin, Ethereum, and the rest of it. But the issue is that there are a lot of information. Out there, and you don't know which particular. So it is difficult for you to bring all those information together as a human being to make a conclusion at the end of the day if you should invest or you should wait a bit. So the problem is that it's not that the data is not there or what particular coin to work on. Is the ability to is the inability to synthesize it into timely, actionable insights. So out of all this data that is available on the open, is there a way for me to bring all this data into one place to make a conjugate conclusion of if I should invest in a particular coin or not? Next slide, please. So what Market Sense AI is a platform where crypto investors can get real-time market insights and recommendation on whether they should invest in a particular coin or not. So we are accessing different resources out there to bring out all this information into a conduit platform so that with that you have all the information in one place, then you can just ask and then you can get some recommendations whether you should invest in a particular coin or not. So I'll allow my teammates to walk you through how it actually works.
Yeah, next slide. So how it works. The idea behind Market Sense AI is that we found out that the financial market is heavily affected by different factors like news, inflation rates, change in different cryptocurrency prices, and hype on social media and the rest. So what we are doing is that we are trying to build a platform that aggregates all this news from different factors and then gives you a final recommendation. So to do this, we built a multi-agentic system that takes information about the economic data, about the social data, about the current prices of coins based on past and current data, and then use that to give you a final response. So we made use of 4 agents. The macro analyst agent. So what this agent does is that it checks for economic data, economic trends, like interest rates, inflation rates, trade wars, trade wars, and the rest, to give and returns a response based on the user's query. We have the technical analyst agent. What this agent does is that it checks the prices of different cryptocurrencies over a period of 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, 7 days, 2 hours, 1 day, and so, and returns a response based on the user's query. So we are scraping particular coin platforms like Binance and coin data. We have a sentiment analyst agent. Agent does is that it checks for news, what people are saying about a coin. Sometimes there might be a hype about a particular coin, and in real life, the coin is not really going down or going up. It's still at a particular level. So we try to get news about what people are saying online from Reddit, from social media, then uses that to return a response based on the user's query. We have a synthesis agent. So after getting all these responses, how do we validate them? How do we make sure they're not hallucinating? How do we make sure that data that from these sources are valid? So this agent takes in all these responses from these different agents and then gives you a final recommendation using real-time data and data that are factual. So the user can now make informed decisions on whether they should buy a particular coin, whether they should invest or not. So the idea is that we're not using only crypto prices or using only news sources or economic trend. We are combining all this data together for you in a particular place so that with that you can make informed decisions in real time without having to use past data or maybe depending on hype or other stuff. Next slide. Next slide. This is the flow of the multi-agentic system. We have the sentiment agent, macro agent, technical agent, and the rest. So let's see a demo of how the system works. Slide, please. So this market sense AI interface, a very user-friendly interface. You can select an asset you want to buy. You can ask a question, and the agent gives you a response in real time, scraping data and different sources. You can play video. Video is not playing. Okay, I have 3 minutes left. Can you play the video, please? To the video, you can play the video. Okay, let's wait for the video when my colleague is saying about evolution and the rest.
All right, thank you very much. In the financial market, it is not enough to have an AI system that gives you responses. You need to be able to ascertain the reliability of that particular AI system. It's like taking a student to a school and they're telling you he's the best student, but you cannot actually look at the result of the student to validate that student performance. Can you move to the next slide, please? I'm speaking on evaluation and performance. You can leave the demo slide and go to the next slide. There's a prior slide before this. So we actually evaluated the system using an LLM as a judge. The reason why this is okay is the fact that if you are using just a human expertise, that human will have to go through several scenarios, and that will take like 1 million years if I am not exaggerating, which is allowed in English language. So we used LLM to help us evaluate the response of the AI system so that we can be able to check if this AI system production will actually be able to benefit crypto investors and traders. And we actually checked using criteria like coherence to be able to see if the response of the AI system is actually logical. We're checking accuracy to see how accurate we can have crypto investors look at the response of the AI system and bank on it. We're also checking the reasoning ability of the AI system and the actionability. One thing is this, right? An AI system can give you a response, but can the response be used by the users? The next slide. So this is just a display of the results that we're able to get from the AI system. You can go to the next slide. Now, this solution is for traders, is for investors, portfolio managers, and crypto enthusiasts. And I'm telling you that at a probability of 0.75, I wouldn't want to say 1, but that is probably impossible. If any of this gets onto our system, it will definitely help them. The next slide. We are looking at expanding this. Coming 2026, we want to do inclusiveness. We want persons who cannot just speak English to be able to use this, a multilingual support. Somebody who can speak English, Swahili, any language, you can come on this. We're also looking at scaling this not only to include crypto, but stock and forex. In fact, we're looking at speech recognition. If I'm in a bus and it's so noisy and I cannot type right, I would want to just use my speech to text. And then we also want to do the predictive aspect of it. Thank you very much. We are so glad that you were able to listen to us. This is Market Sense AI. Thank you. This is the team. Thank you. Okay, there's a next slide where you can just scan the QR code and check the solution. Try it.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much for that. Please bring out phones, scan the QR code, and check out the solution. Now, I forgot to say, right, these people who are presenting today will be competing for a total prize of $3,000, right? So please scan the QR code, check the product out, and okay. So I'm not sure. Can we get a video? There's no video on the slide. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be playing at the moment. So, but yeah, the judges seem to have questions for you. Please come back on stage.
How do your system handle extreme volatility in the instant where there's, how do you just handle those unpredictability that comes with the crypto market in terms of making recommendation?
Yeah, so to do this, to do this before we answer a user's query or give them a recommendation. What we do is that we get real-time data. We don't rely on past data. For our system, if you ask a question to our system, we scrape current real-time crypto prices based on your question. Let me say you want to invest for a long term or a medium term. You can see that on our interface. If you select medium term, our system checks for prices for, let me say, past 3-4 months before giving you a response. It also scrapes news sites and economic interest within that same medium time frame before giving you an answer. So we are not relying on only past data. We are checking real-time responses before we can give you an answer or an answer to your question.
I think you didn't. Maybe there was no session where I was curious to see the underlying infrastructure powering that. Because when you say real time, I'm just curious to see what's like the workflow relating to that.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me explain before in a bit. So for the workflow, for the 3 agents, for the crypto prices, we are using CoinGecko API. So we have the API Pro key we paid for. So we are getting crypto prices as far back as 2 years, 3 years, 4 years back. So with that, we get crypto prices. Then for the news sources, we are scraping Reddit, which is a very popular channel for cryptocurrencies and from other news. So with that, we are getting what people are saying about coins. So once we query our system in real time, it scrapes for these sites, those crypto API calls, and also check for economic trends before giving you a final response.
Okay, so crypto, 3 to 4 months, is that not really, I don't think that is sufficient enough to give me enough data. I mean, we need like, and this is feedback. I think we need like at least 1.5 years. I mean, it's crypto. I'm able to see that, the bull run was last 2 years in October. So I want to see how the coin has done over the period. So 3 to 4 months is not enough because in that period, it doesn't give you enough data to make a very good decision. And that takes us back to understanding that the user experience you have to consider your users to get adequate information about anything that they want to get.
Yeah. So in our interface, we have a time frame in the interface where you can select short, long, and medium. So if you're looking for a short, you want to enter a trade now. You want to select a short time frame. Our API just creates for data for past 7 hours, 1 day, and gives you a response. If you want a long-term investment, the API also gets data for the past 2-3 years before giving you a recommendation. So we are checking them based on the user's query before giving you a response.
So how do I know that that's what your short term and long means? Like, so you have to make it relatable. I actually thought it meant I want short message, like brief. Interestingly, like imagine I did not go to school like that, and I just wanted to know you get. Yeah. And I think another thing is you've limited the use. Why would I come and use you and not use my coin market cap peacefully?
Yeah, so coin market cap only gives you crypto prices. Doesn't give you news economic trends. Yeah.
Which coin market cap are you using? No, you're using a different one, bro.
So the coin market cap for many crypto traders, many of them only use it to get prices.
No, I'm not talking about traders alone now. I'm talking about everybody that's in the crypto space. I am just the regular investor that invests in regular coins like BNB, USDT, Wikicat, Dodge, and all of those things. I put my money there. I wait for the bull run. I'm not necessarily a trader per se. Okay. I get basic information from coin market cap. Hold on. Yeah. Wait. I know you have answers. Wait. I can check the value of Naira to whatever thing. I can find out this month what was the value of this coin at this time. I get real-time news. I get real-time information. Go to Phantom. I also have, I think all of us are crypto people, so God has helped you, not caught you, so just follow. So I'm just saying, like, you need to look at why would I come to you? That's the major thing, so that you don't build and in another 2 months, the excitement is over and everybody has gone back to what they used to use. What makes me stand out? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, yes, to answer that, I think one major factor we consider the speed of you getting your data. You have to open different tabs. You have to check for price, switch another tab, check for news, another tab, check for economic data. But what we are doing is that all this data, we are giving it to you in real time in one interface. So instead of having to open the one for the news trend, open another tab for prices, tab for economic interest, you just ask a question, we do the rest for you in
So I like your energy and I like your grades. But in every honesty, it's not solid enough. You've restricted it to very few. I just checked. We were trying to use it. Yeah. Initially, it returned us back to the technical analysis. It didn't upload. See, it's not. So it means that it was not just me. It returned us back. Then secondly, we asked again. I went to pick BNB. Then he now responded. But I was asking for a different coin entirely. Then I realized that you have only 10 some coins. I'm not sure if it's 10 listed. Yeah. So it means that I would rather go to all those other solutions or even go to ChatGPT peacefully, where I know that ChatGPT has access to every other information. Now, so I would like you, this is not an argument, do you understand? I'm only giving you feedback. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? I'm only giving you feedback. What I think you should do is make it very centric to something. You are trying to be everywhere in the moment. Make it very centralize it around something. I don't know what that thing will be, and own that thing very well. Let people know that if I want to look for a particular kind of information, go to these guys and I'll find it there. Then build it well, solidify it well. Then you see how well you scale into other things. You wanted to say something?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. I don't know if we can get the slides again for this. I just want to look at the metrics. So, your benchmark scores. My question on that bit is, it's very easy for you to cook up figures and come tell them to us. To get metrics or metrics that work for a solution that you're trying to push to the market, we would, sorry, the slide, 2 slides, no, forward, please. Yes, the one with the charts. Yes, here. To be able to tell us that this thing is useful, you should be able to see the benchmark against probably currently existing tools. What's a 56? What is 56 out of 100 on actionability? What does that mean? How do you explain that to me as a user on your application or someone who wants to start using this application?
Okay, so this metrics, the idea is that we are evaluating the responses from the system using another LLM, which is LLM as a judge, which is part of what we are taught in the asking of code. So we are trying to evaluate this response from the AI system. Is it reasonable enough to the user? Does it make sense?
Yes, what is reasonable enough? What is 56%? Actionability, yeah. I'm speaking more to actionability now. I understand all the other ones from the LLM perspective. But actionability, what is that?
Yeah, it means that with system recommendation from the system, let me say you want to trade for a long term or short term. If we are telling you that you should buy or hold or sell, we are looking at our system actionability at this point is at 56% based on the metrics we're evaluating it. So it's not really that high, but that's
metric, like compared to what?
What are you comparing it with?
What else are you comparing it with?
First and foremost, right? Actionability itself just shows that between the scale of 0 to 100%, right? On what percentage would user be able to take an action based on the output of the AI system? Do you understand? That's what that is actually showing.
Now, here's why this question is falling flat. Because I want to be able to tell, as a user, I want to be able to tell, is 56% enough?
The gospel truth is, 56%, if I have something like 70% the likes, I would say that it is okay. If I have 90-something, I would say you're a liar as an AI system. You understand me? It's a probability of 1 if I approximate right. This thing is, it's actually still pending to doing a lot of robust work, right? A lot of improvement. We built this in a number of days. Precisely, I think we spent about maybe 2 weeks or so on this, right? So we are tending to doing a lot more, even getting a human in the loop, right? Leveraging reinforcement learning via human feedback to making this very much more improved.
All right, great, thank you. So just one more question. This solution looks like it's addressing more old time crypto people, not necessarily new people to the crypto market, correct?
Okay, I would like to know why you said so, sir.
No, I'm asking. I'm actually
No,
asking.
no. It's not just old persons, right?
Okay.
Both crypto enthusiasts, those who are holding the market, the experts, almost everybody. As far as you know that you need it.
Now, why I asked that is because I didn't see a clear pathway for someone who probably has no idea about crypto and how they can get into this system and become crypto experts, well, within a couple of months. Maybe not experts, but at least someone who can understand the markets and make moves in the market.
Okay, firstly, the main goal of our system is not entirely a financial advisor, right? It's not just for like beginners. We're not targeting. Just like she said, right? We should look into streamlining into one particular area, make sure that that area we are focusing on actually solves what they need, instead of expanding our tentacles to a lot of things and not being, know a lot of things, but you don't know one thing very well.
What's your choice? Like, so based on what?
It's not for beginners, actually.
Yeah, exactly. But you said this way.
But you said enthusiast.
No.
No, don't give me. No.
Okay. Yeah.
Enthusiasts and I'll help you are also people that are looking to understand something. I'm enthusiastic about food, so I want to go and learn how to cook or how to eat some type of food. So a crypto enthusiast is someone that is enthusiastic about crypto. I might not know anything. I just want to go and get it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think you're mixing it up.
Okay,
so with
you.
that understanding, what do you think your product is for? What do you think your product is built to manage, and who do you think your product is for?
So based on that, it's not for crypto enthusiasts.
Okay.
With time, we might want to make it visible to them.
Now.
I think right now it's for those who have been in the game for a long time.
Okay, so that makes sense. So we've helped you refine your thesis.
Thank you.
Uncle, you have not talked since the beginning. Say something. Who is your product for? What do you like?
So, like we indicated in the second slide,
We have
it's
one more
for
minute.
crypto investors. So if you're investing in crypto, you shouldn't be a beginner coming to the space, right? The platform is to provide you information whether you should invest or not. So you shouldn't be a beginner coming to this place. You want to learn. The platform is not built for that.
Okay, so I have one last thing for you, and that would be, why did you guys choose crypto?
It's just we found a problem that someone we knew was a crypto person that wanted to invest, and he actually did, only for him to find out that at the time he invested, he shouldn't have invested that time.
What happened? The rug pulled.
He lost.
The market was down.
Yes, so that was not the current time for him to invest, and he did. Then he lost his money. So the platform also gives you a risk level, right, based on all the data we've
So you can like look at that, like why, like, oh, I'm going to go to market sense. Yeah, there are some solutions I use now that are not in the public. I will not mention, so I will not help them scale, right? But I mean, what I mean is, I don't mean to be a wicked person, but what I mean is, you can pick a niche. You can niche down to what you just said. So I know that anybody in the crypto space, on Twitter, everywhere, they can just pick. You understand what I mean? So I think we're good with you guys. Thank you so much. We've spent more than 8 minutes. So guys, thank you so much. Please, let's clap for them.
All right, thank you very much, Market Sense AI, for that amazing presentation. So we'll have the next team come on board. IntelliMedic, please come on stage. So please note that you have 5 minutes to run through your presentation.
Hello?
As you present, please focus on what's important, the message you want to drive across, so that it reduces the number of questions that we'll have to ask or how we have to try to think about your solution for you. Drive home the message very clearly, beyond the slides, all right?
Okay, so I'm not sure why Team IntelliMedic is not coming up, but let's have Team Zero Trust come on stage. Hello, Team Zero Trust. Do we have Team Zero Trust? All right, please note that you have 5 minutes to run your presentation and 3 minutes for the judge's review.
Yeah, what if I said people die from fraud loss? I'm not here just to pitch my solution to you, but to tell you how deeply fraud has eaten into the Nigerian banking system. Now, my name is Absalam Lawal. Good day, everyone. I'm from Team Zero Trust. Please, can I have my slides? So now, before I go into that, I want you to meet Mrs. Adebayo. Next slide, please. So Mrs. Adebayo, she's a widower. She saved all her entire assets to train her daughter at the university. Their dreams were within reach. One notification and everything disappears. Fraud is not just statistics. It is stories, life disrupted in seconds. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, here is how much Nigerian banks lost in Q1 2025. We have over 12,000 recorded fraud cases, 22 billion attempted fraud attempts, and 14 of these resulted in 14% of these were actually lost, and 10.6 billion of these attempts were actually through digital channels. Please, next slide. So fraud is evolving. Banks are not. We have traditional route-based engines that detect small, frequent and fraud. First starter executes high-value, low-frequency, and intelligent attacks. They are using black box ML models and these increase false positive, customer frustration, and revenue loss. The real challenge, the precision paradox. Let's stop fraud without blocking authentic users. Next slide, please. This is where fraud guards come into play. It's an hybrid security engine built for modern fraud. Zero trust architecture, combining rules plus machine learning and biometrics. Yeah, our architecture overview. So we majorly have 3 layers. We have the gateway add rules, we have the ML risk engine, and we have the verification loop. The gateway add rules, it blocks both attacks and also prevents spreading above what you have. Well, we have the ML risk engine. That is, risk scores that less than 60% are actually allowed. Risk scores that are between 0.6 to 0.85 are marked as pending, and this triggers the biometric. And any score that is above 0.85 results in immediate block. The verification loop, once the biometric is being triggered, we're actually using Google's media pipe. Once the biometric is being triggered, after 3 failed retries, it escalates to the admin for manual decision making. Please, the next slide. I think this is the video. Please, can you help me play this video, please? So basically, the user is logging in, doing the verification. Then it's carrying out a normal transaction. And also shows us the gate score, carried out a normal transaction also. Using the card details. Gave us the gate score. Now it's trying to send above 80% coin balance, which will trigger the face authentication. So the same thing, it's doing the same thing over here also. Then it's kind of go against the biometric. Then the admin logs in. It has a data analysis dashboard, and also it can either approve transactions or reject transactions. And this also for batch CV analysis to detect the batch predictions. Please, the next slide. So I think go to the next slide. The slide before this is the QR code to the website is there, please. So you can just copy that. The slide that has the video. You can just copy this to test out the application. Please, the next slide. So when I'm targeting a 1 billion security market, our total available markets are the banks and fintechs, and also why we are superior, we're not using zip codes. We actually change our models based on the behavior of our users. And also, it's zero trust. You're always guilty until proven innocent. Please, the next slide. So now, this is our revenue model. For startups, it's pay as you go. For enterprise, we're considering a flat monthly license, and we have a couple of value-added upsell. Please, the next slide. So now, why zero trust? Zero trust is the only way forward in digital banking system. Never trust, always verify. Because the old model, once you are in, you are being trusted. But now, but in zero trust, every single transactions are being checked. So please, the next slide. So now the next thing, we want to expand our integration beyond just the MVP stage, and also to increase our cross-platform difference beyond just biometrics. We can also include fingerprints. Please, the next slide. The next slide, please. So now the future of finance depends on security, and FortGuard is the tool to secure that future. Please, the next slide. So FortGuard is not just a tool, it's an upgrade to trust. Let's rebuild confidence in Nigerian finance, one verified transaction at a time. I'm Absalam Lawal, a business analyst and a machine engineer.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for that presentation. All right, so we'll hand it over to the judges to provide their questions and review.
I just came back from, actually two. I just came back from OAU yesterday. So, no, I'm still in school, electronic engineering, pass 4.
Great work, well done. I have two questions. I have a couple, but I think I will just limit it to and allow my other panel judges. My first question is, the first one is, are you selling an actual product or optimizing for an existing solution? Why do I ask this question? This looks similar to a classical machine learning fraud detection solution, which a lot of banks are already integrating into their product, right? So it's not a question of why should I use your product when my bank that I trust already have some of those things layered already. So that's my question.
So what are you selling exactly?
We're saying the model that serves as an API, an SDK. So
model as API, and this is a random forest model.
This is a random forest model, but then it's going through. We use prefects as our MLOps, so it's always learning.
1 second. So you've built a random forest model, and you're saying you expose that over APIs. So the APIs you are going to use, or you've exposed, basically then have this data contract, right? So if I don't have the data points required, I can't send them to you?
We can actually build it in a way that we modify it exactly for your own use.
So are you selling a model or are you selling a process?
We're selling the model actually. We're selling the model actually.
Why I'm asking that is, if you're selling a model, then you've built one generalized model, right? A random forest model, and that's what you're saying I should connect to. But if you're selling a process, you're selling the ability for me to give you my data, you train a model and expose it back to me. Which are you doing here?
We're selling the process.
Okay. It's sustainable. Okay. All right, so you're currently hard coding your threshold. What you're hard coding it based on what metric?
Based on the risk score.
Sorry?
The risk score.
What is that risk for?
The risk score is based on, we're checking out the percentage, the amount of percent this particular transaction is fraudulent. So
yes, what is that metric?
The metric is based on the recall.
Recall.
Yeah,
recall. All right.
Recall.
Why are you hard coding that threshold? I could have a different threshold for my bank compared to his own bank. How do I change that? You gave me the metrics, and I think 0.85 and above, and then between 0.6 and 0.85. Don't I have the ability as a user or as a bank or a company to adjust those values?
Since we're assigning the process to you, we can actually help you. We can actually build a solution in a way that will suit what you want.
Okay. So as part of the process, what you have added on top is management tools that can be used to work this out. Great. Why would I go with your tool over building this internally as a bank?
Okay, basically, since we're sending the process to you, and it's different for you to build a tool. It's different for you to be the brain behind the tool. You might have the idea, but not be able to implement it properly. So we are coming to you not just as a product seller, but also as a consultant. Okay, based on our thought process, these are the things you should do. So we are coming to you as a consultant, not just to sell our APIs. So okay, these are your problems. Okay, we've assessed your problems, then we'll set the process to you.
How are you expecting to play against bigger players in the space? Because there's KPMG offering the same thing. There's PwC offering the same thing. How do you then expect to break into that market?
The sky is big enough for everyone who wants to fly.
Very good answer. Very interesting answer.
Yes. So I love your response, and I like your optimism. It's nice. But I mean, I think that I'll still say the same thing I said earlier. I don't really understand the technical side of what you shared, but I understand it from how you can turn it into real money, right? Because that's the cocoa at the end of the day. So I think that one of the things you can do is look for not niche down the idea. Look for a niche of kind of partners you want to integrate your solution with them. Specifically, maybe early stage founders that cannot afford the likes of PwC and KPMG or similar players or certain players. So you make yourself peculiar to that angle, and you see that. So imagine that when MoneyPoint started, some people had integrated a service with them at that point. Do you know they'll be cashing out some really good money right now. They will have also scaled their idea, and more businesses will now trust them. So as much as the sky is enough for everybody to fly, you also need to know when to enter and the part of the sky to choose. Do you understand?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you also to our judges. So you know when to enter and when to what? You know when to enter and when to what? All right, thank you very much. So we'll have the next team come on stage. Team Secure Pay. Do we have Secure Pay? Okay, please come to the stage. Please know that you have 5 minutes to run through your deck and 3 minutes for the judges.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tomiwa, and my partner here is Olawumi. And today we'll be presenting to you SecurePay. SecurePay is a fraudulent intelligence system that is meant to tackle the rising fraud activities in Nigeria. Please, next slide. All right, so we can see here on a global scale that about $4.7 trillion has been lost to fraud globally, and this has led to a lot of people being victims to fraud. And we realized that a major reason for that was because of the traditional system that has been put in place. So it kind of detects the fraud a little bit too late. So eventually when it detects it, that means the money has been moved, the wallet is emptied, and also the customer is already dissatisfied. Next slide. So basically the dilemma most fraudulent systems are facing right now is either it's a bit too slow, it has a bit of a whole lot of false positives, so that means a lot of legitimate transactions are tagged as illegitimate, and also because most of it are not auditorily logged. So then we ask ourselves the question, can we come up with a system that is able to, let's say, detect fraud at that instance of payment urgently? So then we came up with SecurePay. Next slide. So it's an ML-powered system that scores every transaction, and it returns an intelligent decision, and it's either one, it could be allowed, it could be pending, and it could also be rejected. So if it's an allowed transaction, that means obviously it's a legitimate transaction. If it is pending, that means most of the transactions are around the grayscale region. So that means it's going to be flagged for about 30 seconds, and then it's going to require human intervention to come in and check it. And also for the reject decision, it means that basically the transaction has been categorized as obviously fraud, and it's blocked. So a very unique thing about our service, which is SecurePay, is that we've been able to make this decision at a very limited time. So basically, we've been able to reduce latticing time to about 50 milliseconds, which makes the customer obviously happy. And also another important feature is the fact that it's explainable. So we won't just tell you that, oh, this transaction is fraudulent, but we'll give you reasons why it's fraudulent. So we'll tell you that it's either because of you used a unspecific merchant, or maybe because the user has a spike in the transaction volume, or maybe geometrical anomalies or something like that. And this is our demo video. You can play it. I guess it's not working, so my partner will take it off from there.
Okay, so when we're designing this architecture, we have two key requirements in mind, which is the speed to improve customer experience, and we also have the compliance for the regulatory. So basically, the primary part for the transaction is the transaction comes through the API gateway, then the real-time velocities are being fetched from the Redis. Then it goes, the decision engine takes the model, it calls it, and a decision is returned, all under 50 milliseconds. Then simultaneously, there is the other part where the decision, every decision gets logged through the Kafka queue, which is reliable and durable, into the Postgres, so that the audit log is being trailed, so there's no hanky-panky anywhere. So this system now is being deployed on Google Cloud Run using Redis, Postgres, and all that. For the ML model, we have an ensemble model, not just a particular type of model. And we also have the decision engine where it goes through the threshold and a final decision is being returned. Next slide, please. So the system is actually intelligence, not guesswork. And this means that the ML pipeline is explainable, because that is very, very key in the regulatory system of the finance industry. So at the moment, we have a model that was trained on real financial transaction data set of about 8 million. So, and the core model is assembled and is highly effective for imbalanced data sets. The explainable AI, when a decision is being returned, the audit that is being, the logs that is being recorded actually comes with sharp values that tells us the features that contribute to the model making the decisions and by how much these features affect the model. Next slide, please. The decision, rather. So speaking about the impact now, based on the NBBI's 2024 report, about 82 Nigerian bank processes about 52 billion transactions a month. From about 70 cases nationally was recorded. So this system now, we have for the system we have an accuracy of about 56, not accuracy, precision of about 86 thereabouts, and the same goes for the recall, about 80%. Please, to the next slide. I'm still talking about the business impact. So we are able to cut out prevention of fraud to about 2 million approximately a month. Because the 50 billion transaction that is being processed, is about 200 million is being exposed to fraud at about 0.4% fraud rate, according to the report. So we are able to cut down manual review, that's the traditional review, about 60%, and that leads us to about over 100 return on investments. Please, next slide. So also the efficiency, we cut out manual review and all of that. Please, the next slide. So this is SecurePay. The unique features is proactive pattern detection. We have real-time anomaly flagging. That's from the ensemble model, where you have different models performing different things. So the automated decision is either allow or reject, and pend,
when it meets certain threshold that requires human in the loop. And we are ISO 37033 principles for robust fraud management. This is the expansion model. At the moment now, this is the prototype that is currently deployed on Google Run. So the idea is to get a partnership, a pilot partnership, where we can actually deploy this and test out the validation for the return of investment, see how this model actually performs in the real industry. And then we move on to the product. So if the first one is successful, we are able to improve the features where we have the monitoring, then we have the automated model training where the model is constantly being trained and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a good one, Secure P. So let's hear from our judges.
Thank you. I have two questions. I know some of the questions probably will be similar to the previous one. So my first question, you said something about your ISO already compliant. Is the assumption that you have this deployed already for an actual client, or this is just still a beta project?
The ISO 303 doesn't need a certification. What it means that is a framework that you are expected to follow. That includes fraud detection, prevention, and monitoring. So that's what the ISO
my question now is, so I'm curious to know from the deployment you've done, what's like the false positive rates, and how do you handle instances where illegitimate transaction is actually flagged? Like what's like...
That's why I said when the model is when it's in actual production and we have it being used, it's going to be constantly retrained. The actual false positive rate now is about 80%. That's the recall. It's about 80% at the moment where we have legitimate users being flagged. This was trained on a transaction data set for about...
Valid transaction?
Valid transaction.
Okay, so I think that falls back to the previous question. So that means this is an actual like a service, not necessarily like a product that you built. So that means you have, the same way you explained, or you have a client that's, okay, fine, we want to come and help you and implement a fraud detection in quotes, not necessarily like you're selling this product.
No, we are not selling the product. We are just like integrating into the existing system. So when it's being deployed, you can actually deploy with your existing solution where we can actually compare, as in validate.
No, the question there is, are you selling the model or are you selling the process?
We are selling the process, we're not selling the model.
Okay, so
because
if you're
it's
selling
not actually a real product yet, it still needs to go through a lot of refinement.
If you're selling a process, then why are you giving us metrics that you've already tested and saved 2.2 billion?
Based on the NIBBS report, it's just a projection.
It didn't sound like a projection.
I said that based on NIBBS, is on the slide, based on NIBBS 2024 report. Yes, it's 2024, not because the report is not yet out. It's 2024. I think it was a mistake on the slide. I said 2024 actually, but that was when he told me the time was up, so I was trying to catch up with all of that.
You know why we're asking? I would have just said, ignore the $3,000 they are going to give you. Just let me buy the solution from you right now.
No,
okay.
It's not an actual. It's just a prototype.
Okay, so again, we're back to your selling processes, not exactly a model or a product. Right. Okay, that's fine.
But at the end of the day, the process becomes their own product in that sense, if you're looking at it. Like, what is the product? Is the process to something? At the end of the day, I want us to look at this differently.
I understand it very clearly. My point being here, what stops me as the bank from hiring 2 data scientists and putting them on this problem and say, solve fraud for me using the data I have? Why would I need to come to you and say, give me your APIs, let me give you data, you solve it, give me back, and then keep going back and forth?
So because I can develop this, you can actually hire me.
So it means you are building differently. I remember talking to my friend, the product manager for MoneyPoint, and now it was saying that they would rather not pick an API. Like, don't stress yourself, just carry your leg and hire, as you said. So you have to start thinking of how, like, this is the real truth.
Yes,
you have to start thinking of how to ensure that this thing you are building is not just it doesn't end on paper. So you have to do a lot of, I understand that it was an assignment and it took you like a few days to point together. Sit down well and look at it, think well, like how can we even refine this till it becomes a solution? Somebody else is doing something similar, fraud guard. Pack yourself together, harness it well, think, fraud guard, don't be angry. But do you understand? Like I'm telling you, because you need to think of, you want to play the big game, then you have to make a very little entry. Like, do you understand? The 3K, even if you collect it, is not going to sustain you to a very large extent in any way. So you have to think of how to refine this to be very, very, like, sustainable. So it's not just, I understand this is brilliant. I'm so excited to see what you guys did in a very short period of time. But to take it further, like, you need to really sit down on it and see how you can make money.
Come under your mentorship. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. All right, so we have likely investors in the building. Okay, so the next team, Market Minds AI. Please make your way to the stage. So this is the final demo, right? And then we'll move on to other sessions.
Yeah, I'm back like I never left. Good evening, everyone, once again. Market Minds AI. So, to revert back to what I said earlier, our platform is an AI-powered platform that does, it turns complex financial market data to clear, personalized decision support system. So please, can I have the slides now? Yeah, so basically, our platform is, it turns complex financial market data into clear, personalized investment decisions without the cost or delay of traditional advisory systems. Next slide, please. So what's the problem? The problem that we are trying to fix is that financial markets move very fast, but most people don't have the tools, the money, or the time to like follow through. So we move on to the solution. Next slide, please. The solution we provided is to remove complexity, cost, and time from investment analysis. Next slide, please. The product overview. This is not just getting data from an external system. This is a decision support system to the users. This platform supports multi-assets, whether commodity or stocks. Commodity in terms of gold, stocks in terms of like Tesla companies, products. Next slide, please. So basically, how it works is not a complicated system. What you have to do is connect your API keys, select an asset, be it a commodity or a stock. Insert an investment amount, submit your investment query, and receive AI analysis to support your own decision. Next slide, please. So the output of every query, basically, is to show you the investment opportunity attached to that stock or commodity, show you the risk involved, recommend allocations, how much you should invest, and the time horizons. The data provided, if it's 2025, because it provides real-time data and history data from the past. Next slide, please. So who are target users? Our target users are retail investors, students, small business owners, educators. The reason why these users will require this kind of data is because of the growing retail investing by 35% in the last 3 years. These are factual data from the internet. Next slide, please. So our business model and growth layout. The revenue opportunities in this product, first of all, we offer freemium access, which is kind of like a low-level response. So any user can access it at first, but to have deeper, to receive deeper responses from the AI, you have to subscribe to a premium plan. Then we have subscription tiers, we have API access for fintech platforms, then institutional partnerships. Then the growth levelers are to expand asset coverage. So over time, you invest in gold now, you want to invest in Tesla stock, Microsoft stock over time. Next slide, please. Then the financial evaluation, the infrastructure cost. Basically, right now, what we have for a normal user, you have the free plan, but since we want to grow, want to build a model, we need to pay for to get more financial market data, which will cost about 4.5 to 9 million. Then the AI inference, which currently we're using Grok, API for the freemium. Then to host it in the cloud, will require about 9 to 15 million. And basically, the total annual infrastructure cost will cost us 30 million. Next slide, please. So, no, Naira. All this is Naira. This is Nigeria. So, please, you can play the video. It's a short video. It's up. Please, can we have the video? I'll just speak over it. So basically, this is what you do. You select your, we're using Alpha Vantage for the data, and we are using Grok API for the LLM, which does the AI inference. So right now you select, is this still playing? Okay, I think it's still playing. If you can fast forward it a little bit. But basically, we select a stock, we select an asset type, stock or commodity. We have the investment amount. Okay, we are still talking about the API keys there. So basically, all the user have to do is to query, ask a question about a certain stock or commodity, then we'll provide an AI analysis, and based on the AI analysis, all the user gets is a decision support system. It's a decision support system. Yeah, thank you. Well, you can just see it in like 20 seconds or not.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so let's see what this product does.
Yeah, so for this, I think it scrolls down a little bit now. You see a chart of the alpha Tesla has gone from present day to about 10 years back here. So you get an historical chart on how their stock has done so far. Then it's also interactive for the user. So it's not a complicated interface. You just get your API key, get your commodity, get your investment amount, then you get this data. So if I scroll down a little bit, you also get some investment analysis down. Sorry, the video is quite long. Yeah, it's still playing. It's like there's a voice over here. No, I don't. Yeah. Can you fast forward a little bit? That's okay.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's the end of the video. Thank you very much, Market Minds AI, for that fantastic presentation. So over to our judges to give you your review.
Nice, simple solution. I see the API keys side of things. Am I bringing my own API keys, or how exactly does that play out?
Okay, so for free users, the freemium plan, since is for beginners, basically, you get, we are doing this from the code side. You don't have to insert anything for freemium users. For the freemium users will have access to the low-level models, but the premium users will get their own Grok API keys and Alpha Vantage API keys for them. They are personalized since they paid for it.
So am I going to get that, or you
we'll
will
send
get
it
that?
since it's premium? They paid for it. We send them an email. They get in the email they get these API keys and they insert it there. But freemium users, we don't send them an email because it's free for freemium users.
Okay, so every time I have to use the app, I need to get my API keys in there, as long as I'm paying, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. So, what stops? Sorry, what stops me from doing exactly this same thing on ChatGPT currently?
This seamlessness. So you don't have to like go to. So currently we are giving you historical data of actual stocks or commodity, which is live data. It's not like past or still. Yeah.
It's data. It's data.
But like the current data also adds to the kind of analysis the AI generates.
Yes, I'm saying what stops me from connecting ChatGPT using one of its tool services to get this data and analyze it and then answer the question that has been provided.
It's already a platform. That's more stress. Why are you going all the way when you have a platform that all you have to do is query? All the user is doing is inserting queries on this platform and is getting real-time AI analysis.
No, the question here is, I already use ChatGPT in my daily workflows.
Yeah.
Why do I need another tool to do that work for me?
Where would you get your data set from?
Using ChatGPT connected via tools, direct to live.
Okay, so this platform,
data.
this platform also supports multiple assets. So, for example, you go to chat. What stock are you querying about? Let's say gold. Let's say oil and gas, for example. With Alpha Vantage, we have like at least over 10 stock or commodities that we can easily get data for.
Which is limiting because there are way more than 10.
That's why with premium users, with your own investment in our platform, we'll scale the product to accept more stocks and commodity.
And what happens if let's say, ChatGPT gets up today and says, you know what, let's spend a couple $1 million to hire a quant to make sure ChatGPT does this exactly.
But they're not doing it right now. That's why we're here. Thank you very much.
You know, the thing is, I like your confidence. It's really amazing. I love it, and it's good. You scale fast.
Thank you.
And I like your eyes. Like you're like uncle.
Is the light?
Is it the light? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Or it's like you're like uncle this morning. Like just invest in me and see what I can do.
Yeah.
I actually would like to say just one thing, right? ChatGPT is ChatGPT, and they have all the money that they have money, they have partners.
Yeah.
And so it's also good to see that with almost nothing compared to them, you're also building something great.
Yeah.
So as I said, I think it's the same thing for everybody.
Okay.
Just find where this can work and see how you can implement it there for now. Or that you go all out and create like a full embedded solution from start to finish that you own. All the keys and everything. And that will mean doing some serious refining, which this is really good. I like, you see, when you ask it was very explicit and clear.
Yeah.
But that you also now refine to the point where you can go and raise some serious money and your brand can become like a name also in the industry. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
I mean, there's Gemini, there's ChatGPT. We were all using ChatGPT first.
Yeah.
Immediately Gemini came. I don't like things that are common. Like, I left them. I'm now a Gemini person. Like, but I mean, it doesn't make sense. We'll still use ChatGPT at the end of the day. Yeah. Do you get me? But Gemini is still word, and there are so many other ones like that. So I feel like the guy that said the sky is enough for everybody is actually right. But just find what works for you.
Okay.
And refine well. And now really stay there. Position yourself in that field and scale from there.
Thank you very much.
I'm telling you, I give you 1 year. You see how well you'll be doing.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that. I give you 6 months. All right, thank you very much, everyone. This has been a very exciting demo presentation, right? In the next couple of minutes, we'll get the scores from our judges, and we would be announcing the winners of... I'll keep that to myself. So, but yes, in the next couple of minutes, we'll get the scores from the judges, and we'll announce the winners, the winner, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up. That being said, we will be having the next session shortly. Hello, Daniel.
All right. That was a very those were very insightful presentations. So we are gradually coming to the end of Synopsis 1.0. Thank you very much, judges. All right. So while our judges are cooking, I know we are all tired, and we are almost at the end of today's conference. So in our weary voice, have we forgotten our tag when we say Synopsis 2025? What do we say? Help me now. The AI, the best what? All right, so when I say Synopsis 2025, you say the best AI conference. Synopsis 2025? That's more like it. So right about now, we'll be having Melody Eziani. Melody would be, all right, so Melody will be taking us through integrating foundation models into existing infrastructure. Okay, so give me a minute while I bring Melody up. All right, so sorry for that. So yeah, we'll be calling upon Melody. So Melody is a data and AI engineer who enjoys working where data, intelligent systems, and real-world applications meet. She is passionate about transforming complex ideas into reliable AI-powered products with a growing focus on foundation models, automation, and scalable data infrastructure. Melody thrives on solving challenging engineering problems, sharing knowledge, and helping teams understand how modern AI can be integrated into existing systems. Outside her work, she enjoys continuous learning, working with our hands through crafts, and exploring new advances in artificial intelligence. So with a clapping ovation, let's welcome Melody to come speak to us. We can do better now. Thank you very much.
So I'll just adjust this seat. Hi guys, hi everyone. I hope you don't mind if I sit down with you while I start my talk. My name is Melody Eziani. As I don't know the other person's name, he has kindly introduced me. I am a data and AI engineer, and I'll be speaking on an interesting topic today, which is integrating foundation models into existing infrastructure. It's something I do on a daily basis. Well, regularly. Let me say regularly. Fun fact. this is my first public speaking of my career. So there's like excitement and then there's nerves as well, but that's expected, right? So, yeah, thank you, Synopsis team, for the platform. And thank you, Zion, for telling me I must do it. So yeah, let's start. We can start with the next slide. Okay, this is a brief walkthrough and the other guy has really done a wonderful job. So we can go to the next slide. Next slide. After the agenda. So I'll be starting with what are foundation models. Foundation models are large general purpose AI models that are trained on huge amounts of data and they can do a number of stuff and you don't need to retrain them from scratch. Basically, that is what a foundation model is. Most of us, don't go to the next slide. Most of us have interacted with foundation models, both technical and non-technical. Non-technical people have interacted with chat interfaces like Meta AI in WhatsApp or in Instagram. You've also interacted with maybe the AI feature in Netflix. These are powered by foundation models behind the scene. And now, recently, more and more organizations are looking to adopt foundational models into their systems. They are saying, oh, I want to join the AI wave, and this is very good. These are very powerful models, and the possibilities are endless. So, yeah, the next slide, why integration is hard. You guys are moving faster than me. Please go back. Yes, exactly. Why integration is hard. So there's a very big difference between an AI model or an AI product that you are prototyping. I've seen some prototypes here today that you are prototyping and one that is reliable in production, one that does what it's supposed to do, what you expect it to do in production. And sometimes getting from that point to the production point can be tricky, right? Foundation models are powerful, but the real challenge is integrating them reliably. I'll give an example. LLMs, they are not plug and play. I remember an instance at work. We gave a timeline for a particular use case to our then boss, and we were like, oh, this will take about 4 to 5 weeks to integrate this, to do this. And I was like, oh, why should he take that much time? We already have the API. The API can do everything. The model will do everything. That is not the case. You cannot plug an LLM into an existing workflow and expect it to behave like a deterministic function. That's not how it works, right? You have to consider several things. You have to consider the data pipeline, the infrastructure, that is your enterprise infrastructure. You have to consider compliance, governance. Some people have spoken about governance today. So yes, all these things you need to consider before you can say your model is ready for production, right? And I'm starting strong with the big blockers to integration. We have cost. Token usage is scale unpredictably. And I will follow this with another example. So just follow me. I remember when we were first starting out our AI journey in my firm, and everybody was still, oh, we want to join the AI wave. Let's join this AI wave. And everybody was excited, basically. And our first thing to do was to build a prototype, something that we could take to management and say, oh, this is a case for putting money into AI, right? And what we opted with first was to self-host. That's an approach I'll speak on in the next slide. So what we did was that we built the use case and the model that we used was the Mistral 7B. We didn't have any GPU. We just had a server that used CPUs, and that was basically what we did. The model was very slow. It was very slow, but at least they could see what you could do. So now, the next thing, or the next talk was around how can we put this in production? So we started thinking of how to procure a GPU. And I think we had some talks with NVIDIA team then over and over. We're hearing $100,000, $200,000, and that conversation lasted for like 7 months. We could not integrate anything, so cost was really a major barrier for us to integrating. And if you are using the API approach, you also have to think of cost, because every prompt is a cost event, and token usage can scale very quickly in production when using APIs. So the second is latency. Like I mentioned in my example, we could not take the model we had into production because it was taking forever to load, and nobody's going to want that. Slow AI is like no AI at all, so there's no need. Just use ChatGPT, like some of the judges have been mentioning here. Why don't I use ChatGPT? Why should I use a solution? Yeah, that would be the case for us. Then data readiness. This cannot be overemphasized. Most organizations, they have messy data. Models amplify the mess. I remember there was a particular model or a use case, let me call it product. A particular product that we're building, which is like a internal knowledge chatbot. So it basically tells users about things that are going on in the firm. You can just ask it questions and it will answer majority of the questions you have about said firm, right? But the problem is the data where we're supposed to retrieve the information from, the data owner, the data steward, I don't know what they were doing. They allowed the data to not be fresh. So the data was not fresh. So when they asked who is the CEO, it was giving past CEO instead of the recent CEO. That was a data problem. If your data is not ready, or if your data is not accurate, the models, even in BI systems, it will not work. So governance, I'm not going to overflow governance. It's very tempting to want to leave out governance when you're building, when you are trying to integrate fast, but as many of the other speakers have said, resist that urge. It is very important. Some firms deal with very sensitive data, and regulatory sanctions can be very, very messy. So, yeah, you want to prioritize governance. Integration approaches. API, I mentioned this, API versus self-hosted versus hybrid. So I'll just go straight to the API based. In this case, you do not run the model. Instead, the model is provided. You have a model provider that you're just able to call the model via an API over the internet. Why the pros of this is easy adoption. It's very easy for you to just get off the ground with an API model, API-based model, and also it's easy to prototype. I'm sure that most of the demos I've seen here, it's probably API-based model. Nobody's going to build it itself. It's going to start fine-tuning their own model and trying to, do all of that. So that is the good thing. The cons of this, another good thing about the API-based model is that very good models, like you have access to very performant models via this approach. The cons of this is that data leaves your environment. And for some organizations, that is very risky, right? Some organizations want to have control of the data, basically. So data leaves your environment. Even if you encrypt it, it's still a risk, right? Also, cost can rack up very fast in production. Yes, a model that is doing $10 or a use case that is doing $10 in dev or UAT can quickly start doing $40,000 in production. I'm wondering what's really happening. So it's easy to start. It's easy to start with an API-based model, but it is harder. It is costlier in the long run. So self-hosted, in this case, you download the model weights and then you train it on your on-prem server or on a cloud infrastructure, depending on how you want to do that. The pros of this is that The cost is predictable. If you have a GPU, the cost is fixed, right? It's just the cost of the GPU that you're going to consider. If you are training over, if you are using the cloud, you can predict that cost as well. So that is the pro of this. You also have data control. You can also fine-tune your models. You can modify the weights. So you have a lot of control using this. And then there's privacy. The governance around this won't be as stringent as when you are doing API-based, right? So the cons of self-hosted is that you have to manage everything yourself. There's no abstraction for you. GPT has done abstraction for you in most of, in their APIs. So you have to manage everything, manage downtime, manage scaling, everything, right? Hybrid, best of both. When you combine API-based and self-hosted, maybe you use 80% of your workload on an open source model and 20% or maybe high-value queries only because you want to balance out performance as well as privacy. So it's the best of both. So your decision will depend on the latency, the cost, and data sensitivity. So the next slide. Practical ways to integrate foundation models into existing systems. The first way, the model gateway layer. So just think of this as there is a door that all your applications have to go through in order to interact with your models, right? For this particular way, a single API that all applications use to access the model, I mentioned that. So it makes it easy for you to switch between models. So that particular layer can decide which model is best for what you want to do, right? You can also, in this layer, you can also build your governance framework on this layer as well. AI microservices, which is what maybe I will say we use a lot in my firm, right? Where each model that you're building is for a particular use case and you can use it over and over again. You can call it at different times. Many people can use it and it is you just expose it via an API as well. So there's a RAG layer here. This one sits between your company data and the AI model. So your answers are augmented by your knowledge base, what you have in your company or the context that you want it to use, right? Next slide, please. Data infrastructure, the foundation. I've mentioned, I think I even gave an example of data infrastructure. It cannot be overemphasized. You need to really own this data part. Data quality, the freshness, the accuracy. If you are dealing with structured versus unstructured data, because the two different types of data are handled differently, right? Then there's access control. Who needs to access the data? Who can see what? Who cannot see? Right? Then there's chunking, embedding strategies. Yes, this chunking and embedding, they can make or mar the model you're going to dish out, especially if you're doing like a RAG-based model. The metadata, what metadata do we need to use to improve the retrieval? So next slide, please. Reliability and observability for AI systems. Yeah, this cannot also, you need this because you need to know what is happening in production. You cannot just leave it as is, right? Logging prompts and responses safely, monitoring the latency, because if there's a spike in latency, you need to know what is causing that spike. Are you having many requests? And how can you handle that much request, right? There's token usage, cost monitoring. Of course, you have to monitor cost because if you don't, you can rack up costs very easily. That is with the API-based approach, of course. And then there's alerting and fallback strategies. Do you need a rule-based fallback? Like maybe I think there was a time when we were building like an SQL agent. And the model, based on your natural language, the model will go and write the SQL code, retrieve the information and give it back to you, right? But I think we had to restrict it from creating or updating to the DB. So, and it was like a rule-based. If your user is saying create something, make sure you don't try to do a create query on that DB. So all these things, smaller models for quick checks, catching responses. Have we answered this before? Can we reuse that answer? They can help. So next, governance and security layer. It has been overflogged. Redaction, guardrails, like prompt filtering. Redaction is like maybe you're trying to sense it, or you're trying to cover up your PII or some information so that it's not so available to everyone. So redaction, guardrails, prompt filtering, output validation, checking what you are seeing if it is accurate, right? Next slide. I'm going to really breeze through the remaining slides. Yeah. Cost and latency optimization strategies. You can use smaller models where possible, especially if you are using that, the layer I spoke about, the model gateway layer. In that layer, you can decide for this task that I'm receiving or for this app that is trying to call this model, can we use a smaller model for this? Is this a simple question that a smaller model can quickly answer? Yes, so that can reduce cost and latency as well. If you are maybe hosting your model, you are using a smaller model which will not be so heavy, so the latency will be faster. Then you have caching, throttling. We spoke about caching before, reusing previous answers. Then batch processing, you can batch your prompts so that one prompt, the model is not making a call. You're not calling the model one request per time. And then offloading to background workers. Yes, there are some tasks that don't need to be real time, right? Then using embeddings for cheaper inferences. If you're building RAG systems, of course you need to do embedding, right? And then dynamic model selection. We spoke about this. You can select your model in order to optimize cost as well as reduce latency. Integration checklist. We are at the final. You should try to answer some questions before integration. What problem are we solving? Should we use API or self-hosted models? How do we route inference, right? How do we route it? Where does the data live? How do we secure and monitor this? What does reliability mean for this workflow? And what are the fallback paths? Like if you can answer some of these questions before you start to build, it will really save you a lot of costs and a lot of headaches in the long run. And I believe you should be able to successfully productionize your prototype. So thank you very, very, very much. I don't know if you guys have any questions. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me? You do? No questions? Oh, okay. There's someone here that has a question. Can someone help out with the mic? Or? Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for the session. I really appreciate it. So what I would like to ask is, what do you mean by route inferencing?
Okay, like you're routing the inference to, like let's say a load balancing now. So there are so many calls to that particular model, and you're trying to see where to route it. Maybe you can route it to another model, just so to save latency. So that's what that routing means. I don't know if that answers your question. If there are so many requests to it, you just route it to a different endpoint. Yeah.
Okay, let's give her a round of applause. Any other question? Sure. You have a question? All right.
No question.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Melody.
you. Thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause again. All right, so we'll be having our last session for today. I know. All right, come and give me a minute. After this session, though, we'll be having the demo awards presentation. like we should.
Okay, we should end like.
told me. Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared, the animals inside came out to play. Went face to face with all our fears, learned our lessons through the tears, made memories we knew would never fade. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. He took me in his arms, I heard him say, when you get older, your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me.
presentation proper. We really apologize for the time. I know we are all tired, but I know we are all tired and hungry. So this is our last agenda for today. And I'm sure we're all excited, right? For all the teams that really competed in this competition, are we excited? Yeah, all right. So, all right. So I would shortly would be going into the presentation of awards to the competition winners.
All right. That being said, so we're going to start from not the bottom, right? Because these guys are like the top G's. So we're not going to start from the bottom, but we'll start with the highest number, right? So out of the 4 people who presented, the judges decided that all their solutions were really, really amazing. However, Secure Pay seems to have come in the second, calm down, second runner, right? So Secure Pay, please put your hands together for Secure Pay as they come on stage to claim the second runner-up. Hello, Secure Pay. Now what this means is that Secure Pay would be going home with a total of please put your hands together for them.
They are not smiling.
They are not smiling. All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Temi. So we'd like to, yes, please. Yes, thank you very much. All right, so it's been very, very awesome. There we have Secure Pay. You can see the smiles on their face. It's not easy. I know some of you want to be like them, but you will not sleep at night too. You walk. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next one. And so this means that we now have 3 more teams, right? So we have Market Sense AI, we have Market Minds AI, and we have Fraud Guard. So who do you think is going to be the winner? Fraud Guard, Market Sense AI, Market Minds. Anyone? Fraud Guard. Fraud Guard. Fraud Guard. Market Mind. Nobody's even saying Market Sense. Why? Okay, Market Sense. All right, let's see who have sense. Okay. All right. So the first runner up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Melody on stage to present the award. Hello, Melody. Please put your hands together for her. A very amazing professional. All right, so let's see whether Fraud Guard, Market Sense, or Market Minds wins the first runner-up. All right, thank you very much, Melody. Okay, so in second place, now the real second place, right? Not second runner-up. The real second place, a.k.a. first runner-up, right? Please put your hands together for Fraud Guard. Team Fraud Guard, please make your way to the stage. Please put your hands together for them. I love their kaftan. Please put your hands together for them. All right. So Fraud Guard, being the first runner-up, will be going home with the sum of $750. Please put your hands together for them. All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Melody. Okay, so now we have 2 more teams. Market Minds AI and Market Sense AI. 2 Market AI products or AI teams. So who do you think is going to be Sense or Mind? Sense or Mind? Sense or Mind? Oh yeah, now. Let's see who have sense. Else your mind good day. Oh yeah, so okay, so that's it. Now to call on the winner of the AI Summer of Code 2.0 demo, I'm going to invite the organizer of the AI Summer of Code, the founder in person of Dr. Zion Kibore. Please make your way to the stage.
Please put your hands together for him. Now, this person coming right up on stage is the founder of the AI Summer of Code, both 1.0, 2.0, and all that will come later on in the future. Now, he's also the founder of Synopsis AI Engineering Conference. Please put your hands together for him for this amazing event. You can see how fresh he's looking. Please, sir, I need $1,000. All right.
I just want to say something. So, Sam said, the organizer of AI Summer of Code. Come on. Only one person is not the organizer of AI Summer of Code or Synopsis, right? It's been a team effort, of course, which Sam himself has been a very huge part of. So I don't want to take time with any pep talk. I just wanted to point that out and, make every one of you also see the amazing work he's doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That one is your own, Sha. We can have two truths. Okay, so that being said, I'd also like to welcome on stage with me the person of Vangels. Please make your way to the stage. Thank you very much. So he's also one of the judges. In case you're looking for who to beat, you can see his face. All right, so thank you very much. Now, so we have two teams left, Market Minds and Market Sense, right? Two teams that decided to go to the market. Now, out of these two teams, the judges have been able to look at their work thoroughly and have unanimously decided that only one person who went to the market will come back. And which of these market people will come back? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our winner, Market Minds AI. Please put your hands together. A round of applause for Market Minds AI as they make their way to the stage. Please, we don't have winner song. Congratulations, Market Minds AI. How much are you seeing? So they will be going home with a sum of $1,000. Congratulations, Market Minds AI. Please increase the music. Okay, so Market Minds, they have a little speech to give.
I just want to say I didn't work on the project again. My teammates are not here. Shout out to Hope, shout out to Ola, shout out to our mentor Chidoze. Thank you very much. Shout out to Dr. Ozzy. God bless you.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Now, what this means is that if you become a part of the AI Summer of Code 3.0, which kicks off next year, right, you have a chance to win something like this. Now, trust me, this is just the beginning. It's going to get even better. By next year, you could be winning yourself $5,000, $10,000, right? So you want to build on your skills and also be part of this amazing experience. All right, so lastly, because we are a very amazing team putting this whole program together, would like to give an honorary mention to one of the teams who performed amazingly well but did not make it to the top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Market Sense AI. They had a very fantastic product, but they were unable to make it to the top 3. We hope to see them doing amazingly better in the future. With that being said, I'd like all the teams to come on stage for a group picture. Please come on stage with your award or checks. Would also like to have the organizing team come on stage. Please, the organizing team. Okay, so let's have them in order of what's this? Please join your team.
Stand up.
Okay, photography. Please, organizing team. All right. All right. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Z has something to say.
All right. So before everyone leaves, I just want to mention that our honorable mention, which is Market Sense, is it? The honorable mention will be receiving an award of $250. Right. So congratulations, Market Sense, on the amazing work that you did. We want you to be encouraged and know that your solution doesn't end here, and so we want to award you $250. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. That being said, I'd like to hand it officially to Cesarean Pitbull to give us the closing remark.
All right. I hope everyone had a great time. Did you guys have a great time? Did everyone have a great time? I see everyone is tired already. But yeah, thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to spend an extra minute taking more of your time than what you've spent here today. It's been a wonderful session today, a wonderful event today where you guys came together to learn about AI, have engaging discussions, watch interesting projects, watch experts share insights in our panel session. And I think that it's been a very interesting landmark event as promised. How many of you guys got what was promised? You got what was promised? Okay. Did you get below your expectations? Did you get above your expectation? All right. So I'm happy to hear that you actually got above your expectations. Thank you so much for spending a whole day talking about AI. And before we actually close here, I want to very, very quickly share a little bit of outlook for 2026. We're coming back again. AI Summer of Code is returning next year for the 3rd edition, and Synopsis is returning next year for the 2nd edition. I can't hear your round of applause. So how amazing to be to have an event like this, which will be bigger and better, and I think it's something to look forward to. AI Summer of Code itself is a vibrant community. We will continue to carry out all our community engagements and activities within the community, then return next year, summer, for the 3rd edition, where builders, the next generation of founders will be gathered together to learn, collaborate, and build. All right. So it's been a wonderful year in AI. This is officially a way to say we are officially closing AI SOC 2.0. And I think it's also a really interesting close to Synopsis. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. I of course, wish every one of you a safe return to your various destinations. Thank you to the organizing team for putting this together. The organizing team, I want you guys to give a round of applause for them. They've all been amazing, right? You can go to our website and just see who these organizing teams are. In case you didn't look at our faces well today and you didn't see us enough, right? Go look us up, check us on LinkedIn, connect with us, right? A lot of us are actually working behind the scenes. You may not get to see everybody's faces, just the way you see my face. You may not get to see others, but it has been an amazing team that has put together AI Summer of Code, and particularly put together the Synopsis conference. And everyone has been amazing. Thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you to all our partners. This conference would not have been possible without our amazing partners who brought in their support in every possible way to make this conference a success. So we are very grateful to our partners. We are particularly grateful to our individual sponsors, right? There were a few persons who actually sponsored tickets. And it made it very possible to support people who really want to be in this kind of conference, all right? And these sponsors have been amazing. So we want to especially thank our individual sponsors, individuals who actually just dropped funds to secure tickets for everyone. So I think that's a wrap from here. Thank you guys again for your time. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I will see you guys next year at AI SOC 3.0 and Synopsis 2.0. Synopsis 2025, the best AI conference. Bye, guys.